We must confront our own fears. We must confront them in action, grit, out, and fear, and we gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which we really stop to look at fear in the face. So let's talk about what is going. Don't be so afraid to speak. Don't be afraid to lend your voice to the face of our lives. My name is Olaoluwa Awebun's lady. The script
Message o, nǹkan náà máa ń rán létí.
080-994194.
Kí ni àtàkùn ní kò gbé kúrò mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ìjókòó bẹ́ẹ̀? Meeting lórí ni òye ní gbé kúrò mẹ́ẹ̀. Ọ̀yẹ́ máa ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ́gbàá sí i. Bá bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀tún wá sórí kí ni? Mo bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀tún pé meeting.
Hello, good morning, okay? 080-99419418. Hello, good morning. Yes, good morning. What's your name? Olajide Adebayo from my busy.
Yeah. I just want to call the attention of the legal government to one of the longest trips in
Thank you very much. 080-99419418. That is the number to call. We here are broken it down with serious costs. Is around Punch, inward Lagos section of the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, and it is affecting the flow of traffic. Effort is ongoing to remove the bus off the road. Hello, good morning. Olaoluwa, yeah. Good morning. What's your name?
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you this morning to International Conference, our second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, organized by the Mountaintop University. We are empowered to excel, and we believe our time together for these 2 days is going to be wonderful, excellent time, and we are going to have a lot to benefit. So without wasting our time, we have to start today's program. And then we have few in-house rules. This is an online conference, and this is where we find ourselves, but I think we are all enjoying it globally. So this morning, we will start today's program with opening prayer. And we call on the MTU chaplain, Pastor Olumide Adeshina, for the opening prayer. Pastor, you have the floor, sir. Pastor Adeshina.
Hello, sir.
Yes, you have the floor for the opening prayer, sir.
Good morning, sirs. Good morning, Mass. I welcome you in the mighty name of Jesus. I want us to close our eyes as we commit this program into the hand of the Almighty God. Thank you, Jesus. We slide unto thee, oh Lord, who is like unto thee, oh Lord, among the gods, who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders, hallelujah. Almighty Father, King of glory, we thank you. I am that I am, we bless your holy name. We appreciate you for a wonderful day like this. Thank you for your mighty hands upon this mountaintop university. We thank you for the life of our Father in the Lord, the proprietor of Mountaintop University, Dr. Daniel Kolaule Olukoya. We thank you for the life of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Ayolabi Adebowale. We thank you for the entire management team. We thank you for the staff and students of Mountaintop University. Father, we thank you for bringing us together on this platform. Lord, accept our thanks and praises in the name of Jesus. Father, Amen. We commit this program into your able hand this day. We ask, oh Lord, that all the scheduled programs, let your Shekinah glory overshadow now in the mighty name of Jesus. As many as connected with us on this platform, as many that will still join, Father, we pray, let your mighty hand of favor rest upon us in the name of Jesus. In all that we do today, Father, let lives be imparted for success, for excellence in the mighty name of Jesus. And Amen. Even according to the logo of this great institution, let everyone be empowered to excel in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray, oh Lord, there shall be no distraction. We pray that even all the network provider, Father, Lord, the network that we are using, there shall be no problem in the name of Jesus. Everything will go smoothly in the name of Jesus. We ask, oh Lord, all the facilitators, you will empower them in the name of Jesus. No devil, no demon shall be able to hinder us even from receiving directly from you in the name of Jesus. We ask, oh Lord, that at the end of the day, your name alone shall be glorified. We will move this institution from glory to glory in the name of Jesus. Thank you, everlasting Father. Thank you, King of glory. In Jesus' wonderful name, we pray.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir. We sincerely appreciate you, sir. May the Lord answer our prayer. Thank you so much, sir. I will go on to online with us this morning. We have so many dignitaries. We are all important. We have so many important personalities with us this morning. We have so many of our principal officers with us this morning. And then I will try to recognize some of them. And those who are not currently online, we will recognize them as they join us. This morning, first and foremost, I have to recognize this morning, which I'm not really sure, possibly is online with us. I have to recognize the presence of the visionary of the university, the chancellor of the Mountain Top University, the general overseer of the Mountain of Fire and Miracles Ministry, Dr. D.K. Olukoya. I also recognize the chairman of the board of trustees, Emeritus Professor of Law, Professor Akitude Obilade. We are happy to have you, sirs. I recognize the presence of the one that have been driving the university for the past 5 years. I recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor, the erudite scholar of geoscience or geophysics, Professor Elijah Adebo-Ale Ayolabi. You are welcome, sir. We are glad to have you here. I recognize the presence of the registrar of the Mountain Top University, Mr. Olufemi Oyewole. We are glad you are here, sir. I also recognize the presence of the bossa. The bossa. So before we go on, please, I think we have to, pardon me for a kind of jumping the gun. So we have to go through the national item and then the Mountain Top University, then I come back to recognition of the personalities online. So I call on the music departments for the national item. A big thank you to the music department of the Mountain Top University, and of course, the department is one of the best in the country. We sincerely appreciate it. So I go back to the recognition of our principal officers. I recognize the presence of Mr. Shola Rotimi Olagundoye, the bossa of the Mountain Top University. You are welcome, sir. I also recognize the presence of Dr. Mrs. Eli Jayola Akande, the University Librarian. Thank you for being here, ma'am. I recognize the presence of the Dean of College of Basic and Applied Sciences, Professor Amos Akinwande. Thank you for being here, sir. And I also recognize the presence of the Dean of College of Humanities and Management Sciences, Dr. John Akinyomi. Thank you for being here, sir. And of course, somebody brought us together this morning. I recognize the presence of the acting director of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Development, Dr. Patience Erigwe. Thank you for being here. And of course, the chairman of the local organizing committee of this conference is here this morning, Dr. Olanipekun Ojo. We are glad you are here, sir, and we sincerely appreciate all your efforts for putting this together. Thank you so much, sir. So we have some of our keynote speakers for this 2 days conference here with us this morning. We are so glad, sirs, that you've honored our invitation. We are glad that you are here this morning. Of course, we have the Director General Budget Office, Abuja, Mr. Ben Akugweze. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning, sir. We sincerely appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir. The chairman of SMEDA, Smedan, I'm not sure if I pronounce your company correctly, sir. Otumba Femi Pedro. Thank you for honoring our invitation, sir. Thank you so much. And of course, the Vice Chancellor of Adeleke University, Professor Solomon Adebola, we are also glad that you are here with us in this conference, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. We sincerely appreciate your presence and we appreciate your commitment to the growth of our university. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, we also have Professor Mrs. Ayotola Aremu of the Department of Science and Technology Education of the Nigeria Premier University, University of Ibadan. We are glad you are here, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. And of course, we also have our guest speakers here. We have the founder of Algorithm Media Limited, Sheni Adetu. I'm not sure if I can pronounce your names correctly, sir. Please, you will pardon me for that. Thank you for being here. And Mrs. Nika Ogunde of the EduMark Educational Consults and founder of Concerned Parents and Educators Network. She's also here with us this morning. Thank you, ma'am, for also honoring our invitation this morning. And of course, the founder and the vice chairman of CII Listen, Mr. Emeka Undu, is also here this morning. We also recognize your presence, sir, and we sincerely appreciate you for being here with us. I will say, as we go on in the conference today, I will introduce other dignitaries and important personalities that may be joining us as we go on in the program. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. And for these 2 days, we have few in-house rules. Of course, this is not a physical conference. If you are all here, we know what to do. Because it's online, there's something we have to do to put everything in order. Of course, we will mute you from our end for this conference, except if you have something very important to contribute to the conference. So you will remain at the conference. And secondly, during questions and please, we will appreciate if you can shout us, either private chat me or you shout through everyone, and then your questions. We will see your questions.
that struck the entire world at the first quarter, shutting down global economy. Many businesses got affected, but for some innovative minds that managed to pull through despite the challenges. I would like to think that those are businesses with the entrepreneurial mindset. Entrepreneurship is the bedrock of development in any nation. It is an important factor for the development of any economy or nation because of its key contributions, innovativeness, product improvement, and the production of unemployment. The production of unemployment. The Mountaintop University Center for Entrepreneurship Development and General Studies was established in 2017 to nurture the entrepreneurial spirits, skills, and knowledge of a Mountaintop University students to empower them to become job and wealth creators rather than mere seeking to be employed after graduation. It was established to raise morally sound, highly skilled entrepreneurs that can be globally competitive and is committed and dedicated toward empowering her students to excel by learning various life vocational skills through critical thinking and innovation. We especially thank our Chancellor, Dr. Daniel Olukoya, who has great passion for entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, sir. And economic sustainability. Through his visionary instruction, it was made mandatory that every student of Mountaintop University learn to play at least a musical instrument and acquire at least 2 vocational skills before graduation. This has uniquely set our graduates for above their contemporaries and prepares them to be relevant contributors to the nation's economy. You are most welcome, sir. We are so honored to have you here, sir. And we appreciate all your moral and financial contributions and support to us and to the school. The center will not have achieved its goal, but for the quality leadership of our dynamic and hardworking Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Ayolabi, who ensures that the right things are put in place for the center to achieve its goals. I especially welcome all our keynote speakers, Mr. Ben Akabueze, the DG of Budget's Office, Abuja. You are most welcome, sir. Otumba Femi Pedro, Chairman Sweden, Abuja. Professor Solomon Adebola, Vice Chancellor, Adeleke University. You're welcome, sir. Professor Mrs. Ayotola Awemu of the Department of Science and Technology, University of Ibadan. She is the immediate past Director, Center of Entrepreneurship Development of University of Ibadan. Welcome, ma'am. Also, our special guests, speakers, who are distinguished entrepreneurs are excellent. Otumba Sheni Adetu, founder, Algorithm Media Limited. Mr. Emeka Nju, founder and Vice Chairman, C&I Leasing PLC. Mrs. Yinka Ogunde, Educational Consultant and founder, Concerned Parents and Educators Network. You are all welcome. You are all welcome to Mountaintop University International Conference for Entrepreneurship, our EYES 2020. We look forward to a rich and insightful engagement today. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Erigwe. Thank you. We appreciate your work. Thank you so much. We appreciate your work in moving this center forward. Thank you so much. I will call on the chairman, LOC of the conference, Dr. Olanipekun Ojo, for the conference introduction. You have the floor, sir.
that I welcome you on behalf of the local organizing committee that I share to MTU EYES 2020, this unique, promising, and stylish virtual edition. It is a great honor for us to have you present online on this occasion. Accept our profound gratitude and appreciation for keying into this technological dimension. The theme of our EYES 2020, entrepreneurship as a veritable tool for economic sustainability in the COVID-19 era, is so apt and so relevant. You will agree with me that unforeseen and unprecedented events in the last 8 months brought about rapid changes in the way we do things. Corona came and changed everything about us. Everything, I mean everything changed. Just name it, including our relationships. We are now living in a much smaller world with interconnected information and communication technology, myriad of networks, including the internet, that is changing the face of activities and businesses around the world. But one thing is sure, in MTU, we are up to the task and we are coping, indeed, excellently so. Let me confirm all over again that this conference will be on for the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. For each day, we have on parade an array of world-class, top-notch, and distinguished academics and professionals as keynote speakers and guest speakers. We have their presentations figured out one after the other for your listening pleasure and robust takeaways. We have you scheduled to ask questions after each presentation. Now to the nitty-gritty. In the course of this conference, a little over 50 papers will be presented by participants from Nigeria, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, just to mention a few. As soon as we are done with these presentations and addresses, we'll be breaking into our parallel sessions for our paper presentations. We have shared the links to Zoom Room 1 and Zoom Room 2 for participants. Kindly be guided on your relevant track positions and the time schedules. You're either on entrepreneurship proper, or on economy, or on media, gender, or technology. Please note that we'll follow the same pattern tomorrow, Thursday. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, need I say more? Please sit back, dig in, calm down, and enjoy the conference. You've been to the rest. I welcome you to the best. Thank you for your attention. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, my chairman. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, we should calm down to enjoy the next 2 days here. Chancellor of the Mountain Top University, Professor Elijah Ayolabi, for his speech. Chancellor opening remark. My VC, sir, you have the floor, sir. VC, sir.
You need to unmute me. Can you unmute me?
You are live. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. The Chancellor of the University, Dr. D.K. Olukoya, and the General Overseer of the Mountain of Fire and Miracles Ministries worldwide, the principal officers of the university, registrar, bossa, the university librarian,
The Vice Chancellor of Adeleke University, Professor Solomon Adebola, Deans, Heads of Departments and Directors of Program online, our keynote speakers for this event, guest speakers, participants all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. It is with joy in my heart that I welcome you all to the second Mountaintop University International Conference on Entrepreneurship. The first edition was successfully held last year, and today we are consistently building on the success story of that maiden edition. However, given our current reality and circumstance, this year's edition is the first virtual edition of our popular Mountaintop University International Conference on Entrepreneurship. No thanks to Mr. COVID-19 pandemic that brought us all the global shock and pain. I want to specially welcome our Chancellor, all our keynote speakers, all our guest speakers who took time out of their busy schedule to honor our invitation. We also appreciate the presence of all the participants at this conference that join us from different parts of the country and beyond. You are all welcome to the only university on top of the mountain. The theme of this year's conference is entrepreneurship as a veritable tool for economic sustainability in COVID-19 era. No doubt, the theme is very apt, especially at this time that the world is witnessing the ravaging economic crisis occasioned by COVID-19. The coronavirus has tried, tested, and stretched almost all institutions and sectors of human endeavor beyond measure. The inefficiency of the government and the lack of the capacity to handle crises such as these were exposed for what they were. Educational and religious institutions were not spared. Research has it that although the young private-owned business, the startups are the worst hit sector during this pandemic. Some of the startups have been forced into debt, while others have since stopped operation. Fortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has also triggered off an increase in entrepreneurial activities. A lot of young people are beginning to discover their hidden potentials, while others are leveraging on the new normal situations created by the pandemic to provide solutions to problems such as creating and updating websites, designing and marketing products and services online, and producing and marketing COVID-19 related items. Indeed, there has been a surge in creative activities. I am excited that this year's conference is designed to generate and highlight solutions, processes, and outcomes to alleviate entrepreneurial burdens. I have no doubt whatsoever about the adequacy and sufficiency of the main team, as well as the sub-teams showcased for coverage during this conference. Without preempting the presentations of our keynotes and guest speakers, I want to thank and appreciate this array of accomplished and distinguished Nigerians, both in academic and professional endeavor, for accepting to share with us from their esteemed wealth of experiences and for putting their trust in Mountaintop University in particular. I sincerely thank you all. I also want to appreciate our international participants. I am assured by the local organizing chairman and his team that this year's conference will live up to its name as an international conference, properly so called. We therefore look forward to the international perspectives that our foreign participants will bring to the presentations and discussions. I thank our local organizing committee members for working so hard, both online and offline, to put all of this together. As the name suggests, theirs is a local committee, but it's obvious that they acted globally. I must thank you for this effort. Therefore, this e-conference is set to provide the participants the opportunity to probe deeper into the dynamics, roles, and constraints to entrepreneurship in this era and map out the way forward. Therefore, I urge you to listen attentively and participate actively as we take on this journey. God bless you all, and God bless Mountain Top University. God bless Nigeria. May I now invite the Chancellor, Dr. Daniel Kolawole Olukoya, to give his goodwill message as well as declare the conference open. The Chancellor, sir, you are hereby invited to give your goodwill message as well as declaring this conference open.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
It is so wonderful that a year has gone by since we had the last conference, which was highly successful. And I thank God for the university. I thank God for everyone who's gathered here today. Anyone who is online in this program has a cause to thank the Lord. Thank God for his hand upon our lives, for his protection all through this very dangerous period. On behalf of my wonderful wife and myself, I welcome all of you to this international conference. The Lord continue to bless you in the name of Jesus. Functional is very little. It's just to give a goodwill message and to declare the conference open. This period is a very strange period. One of my friends composed a song in Yoruba language. He called the song Oduitan, meaning that this is a year of stories. a year of stories. Like this year is a year of stories. And we as ministers of the gospel, a lot too has been learned. In fact, in my diary where I keep COVID-19 lessons, I wrote down 250 lessons that I've learned during this period. And some of those lessons you have already mentioned. Even we as pastors now, we've learned quite a lot. Many are beginning to realize now that what constitutes the church is not the buildings, it's the human beings. That there are some things that are more important than some other things. A lot of things have really happened. That's why the theme of this conference is very, 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 very apt and very, very, very crucial. So I thank all of you for joining this conference. The Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Bursar, Liberian, I thank all of you for joining the conference. All our speakers, thank you so much for joining the conference. All the guest speakers, the participants, and the local organizing committee or global organizing committee, God bless you. Thank you so much for putting this together again. Many years back, I was invited to the conference. And I think I just want to recap some of those things I said in that conference that day, which is relevant to what is happening now. I was talking to them about the creative anointing. And I took my text from Genesis 1:1, which says, in the beginning, God created. Telling them that creativity is an aspect of God we, his children, should imbibe into our lives. And I remember telling them that day that the man who lacks inner creativity is a slave to his surrounding. I also told them that lack of money is not an obstacle, but lack of idea is the obstacle. I also told them that creativity can solve practically any problem because God himself is a creator, and that most people die before they are full born. But creativity means they are born before they die, and that without creativity, there will be no progress. I also told them that once we say somebody is a genius, we're talking about creativity. When you say somebody is a genius, we're talking about creativity, being creative. So creativity is therefore one of the most important resources of all resources. And when a man uses the ability that God has given to him to do work, his work is ultimate creativity. And so when you combine vision plus creativity, you get productivity. The period we're in now is a very, very dangerous period for the world. And this creativity anointing is needed. A lot of people are out of jobs. Many are unhappy. Many are depressed. Many don't even know where to go. The follow-up effects of this virus, which has really not stopped, only God can estimate what is yet to happen. So the earlier people become creativity and begin to follow the ancient rule that necessity is the mother of invention and begin to make themselves dependent and be able to work, the better. This is why this conference is very good, very apt. Thank you once again for inviting me to declare the conference open. And so, in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son,
Amen.
Spirit, I declare this conference open in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you so much. God bless all of you.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Vice our Chancellor. We appreciate your presence, sir. We are so glad to have you here. And I know next year, of course, we will see you face to face here in our next year conference, sir. We are glad to see your face, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Before we move on, please permit me to recognize the presence of some important personalities that just joined us. I recognize the presence of the Dean of Postgraduate School of the Mountain Top University, Dr. Ibidapo Akiyemi. Thank you for being here, sir. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Kenneth Odusoya of the KSO Associates. We are glad to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. I also recognize the presence of Mrs. Bumi Akingba. Thank you so much for being here, ma'am. We appreciate you. And of course, please, if you are joining us from outside the country, we would like to recognize you. We would like to associate with you more. Please kindly shout us if you are joining us from outside the country. Thank you so much. Before the first keynote address, I will call on Dr. Umbaka of the Department of Mass Communication of the Mountain Top University for the citation of Mr. Ben Akabueze, the Director General, Budget Office, Abuja. Dr. Umbaka, you have the floor, please.
from the university, from the Lagos Business School, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administrators. He has over 25 years experience in accounting, consulting, and banking. Mr. Kabeze started his career in auditing and consulting at Pricewaterhouse, and then switched over to banking, starting with Nigerian International Bank and Citibank. He rose to the apex of the profession as Managing Director, Chief Executive of Now Bank, 2005. And he also was the Executive Director of Sterling Bank PLC from January to August 2006. Ben Akabeze has served as Lagos State Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget from January 2007 to 2015, before his federal appointment as Special Advisor to the President on National Planning in February 2016. He was subsequently redeployed as the Director General of Budget Office of the Federation 4 months after, and he has been in that position till date. Ben Akabeze has a proven track record of success in all the positions he has had. Mr. Akabeze has been a pastor since August 1994 till date. He was the pastor in charge of Lagos Province 39 of the Redeemed Christian Church of God until his appointment with the federal government. He is happily married and children.
Thank you so much. Mr. Akabeze, you have the floor, sir. You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, thank you. I've just been allowed to unmute myself. Thank you for that very gracious introduction. But just permit me to add that I haven't stopped serving as the pastor in charge of Lagos Province 39 of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Pastoring is one job where we don't get any leave from. So whatever job positions you hold in this secular, you continue with your vocational calling. So just thought to make that slide. Let me we're giving honor to whom honor is due. You recognize and acknowledge the Chancellor of the Mountaintop University and General Overseer of the Mountain and Fire Ministry, Fire Ministries, I beg your pardon, Dr. Daniel Olukoya, the Vice Chancellor, all other principal officers of the university. Thank you for inviting me, and I'd like in particular to acknowledge Dr. and Mrs. Erigwe for her, very cheerful and follow up to make sure that I was able to, join you for this occasion. It is indeed my pleasure to do so. I have a slide presentation to share, so I would, I would like to share my screen, if I may. Okay. Do I have, I've emailed the presentation to the organizers, so do I have the permission to share by myself? Otherwise, I'll ask them to put up my...
You should have the permission, sir.
All right. Okay. So let me. Can you all see my screen now?
Not yet, sir.
Hmm? It's showing. You can't see my screen?
Not at all, sir. Maybe you can try it once again, sir.
Okay.
Marketing should have done so. Let me try.
You still can't see it?
No, sir. Not yet, sir.
Hello? I emailed the presentation to
Okay, sir. Then we'll get it from our end here.
And also, if any of them, because I don't know why you are not seeing my.
Okay, sir. Then, sir, we'll lay our hands on this and then we can share from our end here. Would that be okay with you, sir?
Yeah, that's fine. Just that I normally prefer to share by myself.
Okay, it's coming up now. It's coming up now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
There we go. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. And my apologies for that disruption. Okay. I was asked to share with us on the topic financial risk management and economic sustainability amidst COVID-19. Okay. This is by way of an outline of the presentation. Let me, because of time, move on straight to the introduction. Essentially, the Nigerian economy is highly vulnerable to the health and economic shocks arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. What started as a health crisis very quickly snowballed into even a bigger economic crisis of the portion that the world hasn't seen perhaps since the Great Depression. And right now, the entire globe is, the global economy is in recession. Sub-Saharan Africa as a collective is in recession for the first time ever. And all around the world this year, with the exception of,
China and maybe, and full of other smaller economies. Every other economy is projected to be in recession, this year. And even China is projected to grow by barely just over 1%, which by Chinese standards is almost tantamount to recession. And in the wake of the COVID-19, countries have had to resort to what are called COVID-19 containment measures. And though these measures are necessary, they have significantly accentuated the economic shock in various ways. For instance, government revenues have declined significantly. Personal incomes have declined due to loss of employment and or shutdown of businesses. And as I said earlier, almost every economy has been thrown into recession. Business failure risks and loan defaults have been accentuated. And so effective financial risk management has become imperative for economic and business sustainability. This is why I believe that this conference is very timely, as it provides the opportunity to discuss how to promote entrepreneurship, manage financial risk, and facilitate economic sustainability amidst the COVID-19 and even in its aftermath, because make no mistakes about it, long after the health pandemic may have been arrested, possibly with the discovery of a vaccine or whatever other therapeutic measures medical science comes with, there will still be an aftertaste in amounts of people in consequence of COVID-19. Certain sectors and certain things have changed, almost forever. Let's go on and examine the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. As I said, what started as a health crisis very quickly snowballed into even a bigger economic crisis. And looking at this with, particular view on the Nigerian, economy. So I'm going to be speaking more to how it has impacted, Nigeria. And the first is the impact on the oil sector. You see, between January 2nd, when prices, when price peaked at over $72 per barrel, and April 21, we saw a 90%, decline in price of, of crude oil. This was due to the global oversupply of, crude oil, which was associated by slowdowns arising from COVID-19. As businesses, economies shut down, demand for oil shut down. And with that, for the first time in, in most people's memory, oil was even in some countries selling at negative. People were being paid to just take it away. And in response, OPEC has had to adopt control measures by cutting back production, and Nigeria has had to, bear part of this burden of production cuts to mitigate the oversupply situation. We've had our daily production cut by about 300,000 barrels. And Nigeria's economy is very highly susceptible to any shocks in the oil sector because of the overhang of oil, the oil sector on the Nigerian economy. It still accounts for over 90% of our foreign exchange earnings and over about 50% of government revenues. And when you consider how import dependent our economy is, all the other sectors are, then you understand why whenever the oil sector sneezes, the Nigerian economy catches a cold. And so we see what has happened to prices and to volumes. So that's a double whammy. When both price and volume cuts, basically the net result is significant shrinkage in revenues. Economic activities have been severely impacted. By the second quarter of 2020, we reported the 6.1% negative GDP growth, our highest reported negative growth in a long time. Indeed, throughout the recession of 2016-2017, the highest quarterly negative GDP growth we reported was 2.34%. But, which was in Q3 2016. But here we are, Q2 2020, with a 6.1% negative growth. Q3 has ended. The expectation is that the GDP growth remained negative. We await the report by the National Bureau of Statistics. But if, as expected, Q3 was also negative GDP growth, then that means the economy has lapsed into its second recession in 4 years, and with significant adverse consequences. As we go into 2021, modest recovery is projected. Okay. Some of the most negatively affected economic activities, and this is relative to how those sectors performed in the last year, are these: transportation, accommodation and food services, construction, insurance, education, real estate, crude petroleum and gas, trade, and manufacturing. And included in this list are some of the highest contributors to the country's GDP. We have 46 sectors that are measured in our GDP, and you can see some of these, like trade, manufacturing, crude oil, among the construction, are among the big numbers. As at August 2020, see the effect on government revenues. We had to revise, federal government had to revise its 2020 budget in the wake of the COVID-19, which significantly reduced revenues. But even against the reduced revenue targets, as at the end of August, we still just managed to get 71% of the pro rata reduced target. And the contraction in the economy has impacted not just oil, but also non-oil revenues. Because we're seeing, when you have less trade, less profits, and less salaries, people lose jobs, that means automatically you have less taxes. And so non-oil tax revenues are also at 77% of target as at end of August. In terms of unemployment, NBS reported an increase in unemployment rate from 23.1% as of Q3 2018 to 27.1% by Q2 2020. Essentially, the total number of unemployed people increased from over the same period to, I believe the number is about 3 million now. A total number of 44.7 million people were either underemployed or unemployed by Q2 2020. And out of this, 35.1 million of them, accounting for 63.1% of that age bracket, 15 to 34, classified as youth, were either underemployed or unemployed as at Q2 2020. So not only is unemployment generally an issue, youth unemployment is particularly an issue. COVID-19 has also impacted the poverty rate. The economy is not generating enough jobs to absorb the millions of young people joining the labor market yearly. And this needs to be clarified because sometimes people read the unemployment data wrongly. Growing unemployment does not mean jobs are not being created at all. It just means that the rate at which the jobs are being created is outpaced by the rate at which people are entering the labor market. Okay. And incidentally, this was happening also even during the period when the economy was growing. And that's why the growth was yet to have the desired impact on the welfare of Nigerians. Since the recovery at the end of Q2 2017 from the last recession, we have had positive growth, consistent positive, but low growth, where growth was under 3% and therefore under even the population growth rate. And as long as growth remained at such a level, it was difficult for most people to feel the impact of that growth. Consequently, we saw poverty being exacerbated, and that's in NBS's latest estimates. About 40.1% of the population, i.e. 82.9 million people, were classified as poor. And so basically COVID-19 has further compounded the unemployment and poverty situation. And of course, rising unemployment and poverty rates are heightening socioeconomic risks. COVID-19 has also affected many businesses negatively. We've seen businesses collapse. We've seen bankruptcies rise. We've seen businesses unable to meet scheduled debt service and repayments. We've seen business profits reduce, and many businesses having to cut salaries of their employees. Government has, of course, not stood idly by, but has, also launched a robust response, which I dare say that without the robust response from government, the situation would have been worse than it currently is. In order to avert a deep recession, government is implementing a 2.3 trillion naira stimulus package under what is called the economic sustainability plan. This package consists of fiscal and monetary policies and actions, including sectoral interventions as well as social programs. Some of the real sector interventions focus on mass agriculture, mass housing, public works, solar power installations. The program, for instance, includes provision of 5 million home solar power units. Then generally support to small businesses. The response, the fiscal and monetary policies in response to COVID-19 are designed to support, states, businesses, households, and individuals through, interventions like digital and entrepreneurship skills training for qualifying youths, access to startup capital for young entrepreneurs, easier credit conditions, loan deferments and restructuring, grants and payroll support, tax relief and targeted tariff reductions, reduction of interest rate on intervention facilities from 9% to 5%. And all of these interventions are, targeted at, one, empowering the youth, creating large number of jobs. So that's why all of the interventions, or practically all of the interventions, are designed to be job intensive. Empowering farmers and entrepreneurs, and providing guaranteed offtake of outputs. On the fiscal side, the measures include measures to safeguard oil revenues, measures to mobilize and preserve non-oil revenues, as well as measures to reduce non-essential spending. I don't have time to dwell on these. In terms of funding for the 2.3 trillion naira economic stimulus, these are the main sources, drawing from special accounts, CBN, lending facilities, facilities provided by bilateral and multilateral agencies, as well as other funding, sources, including, donations from our development partners. On the fiscal response is anchored around 6 bold ideas, basically to shore up revenues. And these are, mostly encapsulated in the strategic revenue growth initiatives. We've got, other measures like independent revenue monitoring, plugging fiscal drainers, leveraging technology and automation, fiscal stimulus and concessionary loans, and then, of course, legislation like the Finance Act. These are, greater details around each of those 6 big ideas in terms of the fiscal, response. Okay, on the strategic revenue growth initiative basically seeks to induce, to basically seek to drive revenue generation and mobilization around, 3 thematic areas: seeking to achieve sustainability in revenue generation, identifying, new revenue sources and enhancing existing ones, as well as achieving cohesion in the revenue ecosystem. The Finance Act 2019, okay, has provisions basically to promote social inclusion, reduce poverty, basically increase revenues, and reform tax administration, make it easier, and of course, provide relief for small, businesses. Then we have the automation, the number of technological tools, and the focus on data, the monitoring of independent revenues, which around which there have been a number of presidential directives to basically tighten things. We've got the plugging of fiscal drainers. A lot of some of these key measures here include the measures around the regulation of petrol pricing and the power tariff adjustments, which are designed basically to redirect these subsidies to needier areas of the economy, and then of course the fiscal stimulus package that I've spoken about earlier. Basically the high level of unemployment, which is largely due to limited job places in the formal economy, the mismatch between the output of educational institutions and industry skill requirements. These are considered to be 2 very significant contributors to the high level of unemployment that we experience, and therefore underscore the need for entrepreneurial and skills-based educational programs. And that's why I would like to take an aside from my core topic to address the issue of promoting entrepreneurship, which in any case is relevant to the theme of this conference. And I'm saying here that it's imperative to empower youths with entrepreneurial and market relevant knowledge and specialized skills to increase their chances in the post-COVID era. And I'm glad that some of the earlier introductory comments basically made this same point. Given the large youth population, entrepreneurship has the potential to become an engine of growth and transformation in Nigeria. Entrepreneurship creates new ventures and transforms existing businesses through technologies. And so students need to be imbued with innovative/entrepreneurial mindset. And I think I heard someone use this same phrase, entrepreneurial mindset, earlier, which is, the entrepreneurial mindset is basically encapsulated in a desire to create jobs rather than to be a job seeker. Entrepreneurship should not be approached as a survival mechanism, as is often the case. So you see many, graduates, they say, oh, I'm unemployed, I don't have a job, I'm looking for a job. In the meantime, they're doing something on the side. And the shock for many of them I have found is that when they finally find a job and they get their, their employment letter, it suddenly dawns on them that they were making more in what they considered, survival ventures than they're going to be making on the jobs that they've spent so much time and energy trying to find. But entrepreneurship should rather be driven by a strong desire to create value and be rewarded for it, not just as a survival mechanism. An entrepreneurial mindset thinks of how to replace old and inefficient ways with new and creative ideas. It enables the transformation of opportunities into successful new ventures. And I believe that young professionals have potentials to innovate, create, invent, manage, and successfully drive their chosen businesses with special skills. Individuals with entrepreneurial mindset are often drawn to opportunities, innovation, and new value creation. They take calculated risks and accept the realities of change and uncertainty. And, if anything, one thing that is certain is change. And we've got to, come to terms with it. We've got to embrace, the change. Change is a certainty. It is imperative to stimulate students to consider establishing businesses. Students should be offered opportunities to test the feasibility of their business ideas, and the feasibility here includes both the technical and market, feasibility of the ideas that they have. Young people are full of ideas, but these ideas must be subjected to reality check. Students should not be passive learners. They should be involved in activities, research, investigation, planning, and the search for opportunities and new ideas. Students need to be brought in contact with entrepreneurs in their communities. And I say here, the gown and the town must meet. Where gown here stands for the university community, and town stands for the business and the society at large. They must meet. The gown must be tailored to meet the needs of the town. Students, it's only when that happens that students can see what has been done well and can identify community needs, problems, and solutions. Universities will therefore do well to incorporate practical training and skills development in their curriculum to prepare youths to be enterprising by exposing them to real-life experiences, providing them hands-on training on the business side of their different fields of study. The entrepreneurial spirit can foster positive attitude towards independence, risk-taking, and learning from failure. Let me move on now to managing financial risks for business sustainability amidst COVID-19. Successful entrepreneurs do not ignore or underestimate risks to business operations. And underline the word successful entrepreneurs, because very often, and I spent a considerable part of my career, indeed, the longest stretch of my career, which was a total of 19 years, was spent in banking industry, and most of that as a risk officer, a lending a credit officer. And what I've found is that one big difference between the lenders and entrepreneurs is in terms of perspective. Entrepreneurs often just see what can go right in their ideas, in their businesses, whereas a lending officer is trained to see what can go wrong. So while the entrepreneur is gushing about what a great business idea it is, the lender just seems to be pouring cold water on all of it, because the training of the lender, the disposition of the lender is to focus on what can go wrong. So successful entrepreneurs must be people who do not ignore or underestimate the risks to their businesses. They must identify and mitigate potential business risks. And risk essentially is the potential that an event, action, or inaction will threaten an organization's ability to achieve its objectives. And so broadly speaking, we have downside risks and we have upside risks also. Okay. Okay. There are broadly 5 categories of risks that businesses and entrepreneurs must focus on today. And I'm going to come to that last. But we have strategic risks, which includes risks of and the other thing to note is that these risks can be either internally driven or externally driven. Okay, so we have strategic risks like industry change, which a COVID-19 situation has brought. For instance, changes to certain industries, and some of those changes are going to, they're going to be. I mean, take the conferencing sector, for instance. I don't think we're ever going to get back to pre-COVID-19 normal. Okay, virtual conferencing has pretty much come to stay. Okay, we have people risks as well. Okay, lack of skilled workforce, and that's an important problem in our own, an important risk in our own environment. But we also have the internally driven perspective to this risk, like load motivation. We have operational risks, as legal compliance. And yes, I know that in this environment, regulators can be a challenge even in businesses, but we have supply chain risks as well. And COVID-19 very significantly disrupted supply chains, not just domestically, but globally. We also have the category of risk called hazard risks. Okay, terrorism, natural disasters, and all of that, business interruption, and then we have financial risks, which is the core focus of today. And so there we have, exchange rate, credit, access to finance, interest rates. These are all financial risks. And then, of course, internally, you've got to consider cash flow and liquidity, challenges. And all of these risks must be managed. Financial risk is key. And financial risks faced by entrepreneurs are typically risks of business running out of the needed finances. The finance, is like the oxygen that the business needs. When the business runs out of it, asphyxiation occurs. And financial risks border on how entrepreneurs manage cash flow and predict demand and supply to facilitate proper and smooth financial decision making. COVID-19 related disruptions have exacerbated structural weaknesses in the economy and elevated financial risks that businesses face. In response to the heightened financial risks, taxation authorities have granted time extensions for filing and payment of due taxes. The Central Bank of Nigeria, also in response to the elevated financial risk, has extended a one-year moratorium on principal repayment for its various intervention facilities. And this is in addition to the reduction of interest rate on such interventions from 9 to 5% over the next 18 months.
Please, sir, you have 2 minutes more, sir.
Okay. The Central Bank has also had to grant regulatory forbearance to banks to restructure terms of credit facilities in affected sectors. 22 banks have consequently restructured over 35,000 loan facilities for their customers, which means they've had to give them extended periods of payment, cut interest rate and, extended moratorium just to make it possible for these businesses to cope with, their elevated financial risks. For any entrepreneur starting a new business or growing an existing business, it is imperative to mitigate financial risks and thereby improving the business odds. Benefits of risk management, in terms of operational performance, financial performance, and decision making. The more efficiently we manage a financial risk, the more operationally and we will be, and also financially sound, and also be able to make sound decisions. In conclusion, say COVID-19 has significantly affected government's finances. To avert deep recession, the government is implementing a 2.3 trillion naira stimulus package, and key fiscal measures are being implemented to overcome the fiscal constraints. But COVID-19 has also affected businesses negatively and in very significant ways. Disruptions following from COVID-19 have exacerbated structural weaknesses in the economy and elevated financial risks facing businesses, increased unemployment, and caused the need to integrate entrepreneurship and skills development in our educational curriculum. Businesses therefore need to effectively manage financial risks occasioned by COVID-19 for sustainability in the short, medium, and long term. And, yes, there's a lot of palliative measures by government, but palliative measures by government can only go so far. And that is why for sustainability in the short, medium, and long term, businesses must focus on effectively managing the financial risks that have been occasioned by COVID-19. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. There are so many excellent points that I've taken personally from your presentation. Personally, you told us that entrepreneurship should not be approached as survival mechanism, but must be driven by passion. I think after I will go through now and see those who have those who have questions for you, sir. And after that, I will bring you back to that point. That's where I have my own question to ask you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Here, please, if you have questions for Mr. Akabueze, Kindly send your question as chat. You can private chat me, and you can also drop the question for everyone to see. Sir, I have a question here for you, sir.
Okay. All right.
The question is coming from Mr. Bennett Eze. He's commending your insightful presentation and considering the fact you are the head of department management office. Don't you think that our dear nation is borrowing excessively, that our country is engaged in excessive borrowing, both internally and externally? This is irrespective of the fact that our debt still fall below the recommended GDP fraction. So I think his question is asking you, sir, that are we doing the right thing as a country by borrowing both internally and externally, even in excess? So you have the floor to answer his question, sir.
Thank you for that question. Globally, I mean, we have debt sustainability standards, and lenders, whether they be domestic or foreign lenders, keep their eye on the debt sustainability before they agree to lend, because every lender expects you to be able to pay back. So the first thing I want to say is that, you know, the fact that Nigeria continues to be able to raise all the debt that it seeks, you know, and practically every debt issuance, whether domestically or internationally, is oversubscribed, points to the fact that the lenders who are not stupid understand that our debts are still within sustainable limits. However, there is one measure of debt sustainability that is becoming a source of concern, which is our debt service to revenue ratio. But the truth is that this is more indicative of a revenue problem rather than a debt problem. Of course, if the revenue problem is not tackled urgently and effectively, it could ultimately snowball into a debt sustainability issue. Essentially, a debt service to revenue ratio has your debt service as a numerator and the revenue as the denominator. If you grow the revenues, that ratio declines. Okay. As a country, we had set ourselves some policy ceiling of about 30% in terms of debt service to revenue ratio. But, we're currently topping, 50%. The budget, at the budget level, is showing about 40%. But if the revenues don't then add up, don't perform as this thing, that ends up tipping over 50%. And that ratio is of a concern. That's why government seems, really focused now on addressing the revenue element. But when we face the sort of situation that we face, in 2016, 2017, the economy went into recession. During a recession, this is empirically proven, governments must of necessity embark on expansionary fiscal policies. You've got to spend money. There's a phrase called spending your way out of the recession. It's absolutely critical. And the other thing, unfortunately, in a recession is that your revenues get even more constrained. And so typically the way you can spend more is to borrow. And we got out of recession 2017 and entered the recovery phase. And government was then projecting that by 2020, you take the foot off the throttle on borrowings, and then focus more intensely on driving up revenues. And then boom, COVID-19 hit, which meant that you had to take off, you have on the pedal a bit somewhat on the revenue, acceleration, and because you still need to continue to spend in order to avoid a deep recession, really there isn't much choice than to borrow. If we failed to now, what, overall the economy will actually be worse off. So, the summary of my answer is, first, our borrowings are still within sustainable limits. And two, those borrowings are, necessities for the time, being, and the economy will be in a worse situation if we didn't resort to borrowing for now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you, sir. There is one question quickly, sir, if you can answer within 60 to 100 seconds. Sir, I conducted a study recently, and most of the, I just need a control on my audio here. Thank you, sir. This person is asking that he conducted a study recently, and most of the micro, small, and medium enterprise that he surveyed claimed that they did not receive the CBN support fund. And then he's now asking, sir, who are the people that are getting the funds?
Well, I don't know what they mean by they did not receive. Central Bank wasn't going around the streets handing over whatever. There are transmission mechanisms, which are the development, the deposit money banks, but also the development finance institutions, and even, the microfinance institutions were also used. So did they approach, are these people you spoke to, are there people in the, who do banking? Did they approach their bankers for, to guide them on how to access this, or how else did they expect to access this? Central Bank wasn't going around homes handing over these intervention. So I'm not sure, without the answer to that, I can't speak, but there are records. I mean, Bank of Industry, for instance, is a major source of transmission, and I've seen records of what they're doing in this respect.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. With that, we've come to the end of our first presentation today. And Mr. Ben Akabueze, we so much appreciate your time with us, sir. And I so much believe that this is the beginning of a long-time friendship with the Mountain Top University. More invitations from us will still land on your table. And I'm very persuasive that you will honor our invitation, sir. We are very glad to have you, sir. But sir, will you just give us a minute, don't go. We have a brief group picture with you, because I know you may leave after now. You just stay there. And please, everyone, you just get ready to switch on your video. And then you give us like 2-3 minutes, then we can have a group video with him. Sir, before then, they placed 2 awards here on my table. I think this one, I will not open it. This one is for my Vice Chancellor. I'm not for my Chancellor. So this one is beyond me to open. So I'll keep it somewhere. So, and then sir, the second one, with your name on it. This is for you. And then this is where we find ourselves. And I will take your permission. Now, can I open it and show you what is inside? Should I open it,
Please,
sir?
with all pleasure.
Okay.
With all pleasure, sir.
So this is what is inside, a recognition of your contribution to the Mountain Top University. You allow me to read what is there, sir. A recognition, Mountain Top University Center for Entrepreneurship, Development and General Studies, Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship. 2020. Appreciation Award presented to Mr. Ben Akabueze, Director General Budget Office, Abuja, Nigeria. A recognition of your contributions towards the success of the Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship, MTUIC 2020, as a keynote speaker. This is for you, sir. You will find it on your table in Abuja, but I'm just showing you to have a glimpse of it. We sincerely appreciate you, sir. Thank you for your time here, and we hope when next we call on you, you answer us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And please extend my appreciation to the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor.
Yeah,
and,
okay, sir. Okay, sir. And then please, sir, you give us time. Please put on your video now. We expect everyone to put on your video and post the way you want to look on the picture. And then we are going to have a group picture now. I'm not sure if music is online or Mascom rather. So, but please, we have like 5 group pictures to take. 5 group pictures to take care. Okay, so we're taking our first picture now. All right. So 1. Okay. So we go to the second group picture. Okay. So we're taking, please on your video, and then it will be nice to see your face. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yes. So we see about the second group picture 2. Okay. And then we have a third group picture. So you pardon us for the time, that's where we find ourselves now, and then we have to survive. Okay. Let me call the woman. Mr. Akabueze, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time with us. Thank you for making time with us this lovely morning. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the good work you are doing in your office in Abuja. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, please just give me 2 minutes, then we'll know where we are going next. Okay, thank you so much. Then we go to our next presentation. This will be taken by Mrs. Nika Ogunde, EduMark Education Consultant and founder of Concerned Parents and Educator Network. I will call on Dr. P.O. Adele of the Department of Languages, Mountain Top University, for the citation of our next guest speaker. So Dr. Adele, you have the floor, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Promise Adele. This citation is for Mrs. Yinka Ogunde of Edumark Educational Consult, and founder Concerned Parents and Educators Network. Yinka Ogunde is the Chief Executive Officer of Edumark Consult, an organization that has pioneered various initiatives in the education sector. She began her career in marketing communications before moving into education sector, a sector which has made tremendous impact through various programs. She graduated from the University of Lagos with a bachelor's degree in English, and later returned to the same university for her master's degree in mass communication, specializing in advertising and public relations. She is the organizer of a number of programs that have impacted thousands of education professionals. Some of these are Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation. It is a youth program. She is the founder of Concerned Parents and Educators, CPE, a non-governmental organization at the vanguard of education transformation with over 175,000 members. She is an entrepreneur with a keen eye for opportunities. Yinka Ogunde is a very inspiring speaker that has touched numerous lives. She is a coach and mentor to business owners and leaders in various spheres. She's a certified coach, speaker, and trainer with the John Maxwell team. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Mrs. Yinka Ogunde. Thank you.
Ma, you have the floor, ma. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. You can unmute yourself, please. You can unmute yourself, please. Where's my phone? Mrs. Ogunde, you can unmute yourself, please. Okay.
I am okay. Good afternoon, morning, everybody. I'm so honored and delighted to be with you this morning. I want to say thank you to the Chancellor, Dr. D.K. Olukoya, and Dr. Eric and so many other people that have done a lot to put this together. And this morning, I am going to speak with you as an entrepreneur who is on the field, who has gone through COVID, who is going through COVID, who has done a lot before COVID, and who has seen so many changes happening rapidly within the sector within which I operate. Please let me know if I am breaking in any way. I'm trying to use two devices just to be sure that there is no break. One connected to Wi-Fi, the other connected to other lines. Please, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, madam, we can hear you.
Awesome. Like I said, I'm going to speak from the point of view of an entrepreneur who has gone through a lot of things. I have listened to Dr. Akabuezi. He has said so.
What's going on, man? We can't hear you now. Mrs. Ogunde. Mrs. Ogunde, we can't hear you now. Okay, you are still online. Can you hear us? Please unmute yourself. I'm going to unmute you.
Okay.
I've unmuted you one of the devices, yes.
Yes, on my device. Thank you so much. That's part of the confusion.
Okay, you're welcome, madam.
A number of devices.
Okay.
Just to make sure that it will go on very well. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, your screen is up now.
You see my slide? Yes.
We can see your screen.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I'll be speaking very briefly to you this morning on entrepreneurship as a veritable tool for economic sustainability in the COVID era, which is our theme for this morning. And I believe the two-day conference. But I will be taking the angle of an education entrepreneur in the COVID era, because that is the sector that I am operating at the moment. And I will be able to share quite a number of things with you in my own journey as an entrepreneur, because I want to make this session as practical as possible. Pastor Ben has given us a good beginning. He has painted the picture. As I was listening to him, what came into my mind that, yes, here we are. Nigeria is ready to move into the second wave of recession. I mean, that's what the predictions are saying, the Q3 results and so many other things. But the only thing that I believe can change the dynamics, the only thing that can make a difference is entrepreneurship. And that's why a conference like this is coming at the right time. At the right time to speak to people about the need for them to begin to have the mindset of an entrepreneur, to begin to see that there has been a major shift, and to begin to ask themselves that, what can I do to fit into the new world? I said, there's a pre-COVID world. That world that was absolutely predictable, especially in the education sector. First term, when they're on second term, when on semesters were pretty set out, everything was cut dry. There was a pre-COVID world. We are living in today's reality, and there's going to be a post-COVID world. It is how we as entrepreneurs and people who are on the field, how we define today's reality, that's what is going to talk about the post-COVID world that this nation and the world we live in will be. So let me quickly share, because it is through it that we will learn. I said the journey of an entrepreneur in the education sector. That is my journey as an entrepreneur that came into the education sector over 15, 16 years ago. What did I see? Here was my background. I was a marketing communication professional. I was working in the communications world. I was an advertising executive. I was working in the ad world. And then I made a shift. What were the things that I saw as an entrepreneur? What were things that I needed to do? That's what I'm going to be sharing with you within the next 10, 15 minutes of our discussion together this morning. I identified, I said opportunity. I was passionate. I needed to acquire knowledge. I was enthusiastic. Of course, courage. And a lot of my wins and failures. Please, if you can't hear me or anything, I can, if you chat, I'll know if I can, if you, I know if where I am.
We are with you, madam. We are with you.
Thank you so much. So that was me back then. And I believe that those are some things that for every entrepreneur at a period like this, you must be able to key into. You must be able to shift your mind to think in terms of looking at opportunities. You must be able to ask yourself, what do I need to learn? What knowledge do I need to acquire? And of course, you must have a lot of courage. Let me quickly move ahead. Maybe you will see a few of these logos. And if you're an entrepreneur on this call today, I hope that it does one thing to you, to inspire you, to encourage you, and to make you to be extremely creative. The Chancellor said that before. He said that God is creative. God has made us creative, and we are creative. And I absolutely believe that. Every of this logo that you are seeing here, they have a meaning. They are projects that have run. They are things that have created over the years. We are the future of our nation, for example. It's a project that we ran in my organization for 15 years, non-stop. And we have impacted over 100,000 students in various parts of the country. It was a project focused on 3 core objectives: inspiring patriotism, promoting unity, creating role models. I don't want to talk to you about about the length and breadth of it, but it was born out of creativity. It was born out of the desire to add value. It was born out of the desire to transform the society that we live. And I always believe that those must be key drivers for every entrepreneur. The school side board, I published school tips and more magazine. I just created the Become More Tribe during this pandemic. I have created, we just created the BMT Tribe that is generating income for us. Of course, concerned parents and educators, which everyone they know about. As of today, we have over 190,000 members. The Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition is regarded to be one of the biggest education shows in Africa. Why am I saying this? I am saying all this to encourage you and to tell you about the failure also. I said pre-COVID, dear do entrepreneur, things were fairly predictable. With the teachers were there, the infrastructure needed, the income, everybody sort of knew it. I mean, especially those who are running schools, those who are running consultancy outfits, those who are running so many things. It was quite an attractive industry because the reason was simple. Nigeria is a country where we have a lot of children. Every day people are getting married. We are praying they will have male children, they will have female children. So they must be educated. That makes it an attractive industry. That was the world pre-COVID. Everything was, it was just fairly certain. We knew the things that were going to happen. And then the COVID shifts came. The COVID shifts came for every one of us in the entrepreneurship, as education entrepreneurs. I said the nightmare of every entrepreneur began. There were fixed costs. The income was not just coming in. For a lot of schools, I don't run a school, but I consult for a lot of schools. Salaries had to be paid. Rent had to be paid for some of them. Things had to be kept running, even though students were not in school. All the bills, they still had to look for a way of keeping up with all these bills, and yet money was not coming in. The last time children paid any serious school fees was in January or February. That was the world that we all found ourselves during COVID, or as we got into the COVID era. COVID brought a new reality, and a mind shift was needed. Let me take a pause here for 2 minutes. That when you're talking about a mind shift, it was a major one for every entrepreneur and for me also. The reason was simple. All the projects and everything that I'd been doing, none of it was ever in a virtual world. Here we are in a virtual world, we are speaking and doing things. So there was a need for a complete change. I had a program that was coming up in June. I had expended money. So many things had gone into it. And of course, it could no longer hold. For a few weeks, I would say that it was almost like a depressing thing before my mind shift happened. And I even remember the scripture, which I believe that every entrepreneur must hold dear. David encouraged himself in the Lord. I had to encourage myself in the Lord. I had to encourage myself in the Lord. I said entrepreneurs in the education sector had to embark on that journey that has brought huge discomfort to them. This brings me to what every entrepreneur must always remember. This is one thing I want you to take away from my session with you this morning. I'm going to give you about 3 things. The first one is that growth never happens in the comfort zone. That is, it's so true. The comfort zone is always a beautiful place. You are used to everything happening. You know it. It's predictable. Everything you get into the class, you teach the same thing. You are coming in anywhere, you know what is going to happen. That was just the normal thing. But guess what? Growth never happens in the comfort zone. Entrepreneurs had to move to the challenge zone. They had to move to a zone of discomfort. And it is in that zone of discomfort that you become very creative and innovative because you have problems to solve. That was what happened to a lot of entrepreneurs, both within the education sector and outside the education sector. Everyone had to begin that process of growth. And with growth comes a lot of pain at times, a lot of discomfort, because you are moving out of things that you are used to doing. To things that you will now learn how to. Now, from experience, that's why I had almost like 3 devices on this call, because I know that one device, the internet may fail in one, another thing may fail in the other, but at least out of the 3, one will work. Growth never happens in the comfort zone. I said entrepreneurs move into a zone of major discomfort, and growth began for the sector and opened opportunities, because that is what entrepreneurship is about. Don't forget my very first line. As an entrepreneur, you must have an uncanny eye to be able to identify opportunities. Entrepreneurs within those who own schools, they were taken from the level of brick and mortar to running viable online schools, running with across borders. the whole thing changed. They had to begin to use Zoom. They had to begin to use Edmondo. They had to begin to use Microsoft Teams. They had to become safe so that they can be able to deliver lessons to our children. Look at what has happened. That was what we all had to do. It tells us that an entrepreneur has the right mindset at all times. I'm going to come to the second one very, very shortly because it's linked to this. Aside we began to see specialist schools. I saw schools who now teach Yoruba online to Nigerian children in America. And income was coming in for them through that. I saw schools creating cookery, turning their departments to online schools in order to teach children how to cook. All kinds of things emerge when people need to be able to not only survive, and that's why I implicitly believe that the only way to change the narrative that the reality painted for all of us with the paper that our pastor delivered, is the only way is embracing the mindset of an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs in the education sector like other ways of positioning their offerings. Very interesting. The only thing that is certain is change. For us to have that mindset that the only thing that is certain is will not always be the same. If you've been doing something regularly, it's time to change. It's time to innovate, assess your business. That was what COVID did for quite a number of entrepreneurs. We are sent back to the drawing board. They were sent back. They became startups. I hope I'm speaking to somebody this morning because I understand this process, thinking of old. The way I thought last year, it had to change because change is inevitable. As entrepreneurs, like I said before, we must never assume that things will always be the same. We must never believe that every year in, year out, things will always be the same. Sustainable businesses in the years ahead must be organizations that are dynamic and very innovative. They must be innovative. Generating new businesses or new things. It can be finding new ways of doing some of the existing processes that you have. I don't have any time this morning. I would have been able to tell you a few key things that has helped my organization to turn around during this COVID period. I never believed I could be as busy as I am because of the fact that I changed my thoughts. I changed my thinking. I changed my thinking from bemoaning, from groaning. I changed my thinking to choosing to grow during the COVID period. You can't groan and grow at the same time. I've had my own periods and times of crying. I remember one day I was actually crying so much. My daughter came into my room and was wondering what has happened. Mommy, what has happened? Mommy, what is wrong? I said, I'm just crying about the whole world. She said, then I said, I'm just crying about the whole world. And I'm just crying and crying. All of us as entrepreneurs, we have passed through periods of that. But it's time to now get more dynamic and more innovative. Dr. Fahmy, please let me know what I have about 3 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. I was about to intercept you. That you have 5 minutes more.
Immediately after me.
Yes,
Key
you have 5 minutes.
to your success as a I have 5 minutes. Thank you very much. That's great. You can see I'm really enjoying myself because I love, this is something that I love talking about. And I mean, yesterday my daughter was telling me about a new venture she was going into. I just looked at me and said, Mommy, why are you clapping your hands? I said, I'm just delighted that you are taking the step and you are not just sitting down and hoping things will happen. The key to your success, again, as an entrepreneur, is knowledge. There's so many dynamic changes taking place all over the place. And you must have an intentional way of consistently equipping yourself so that you know more, you do more, and you be more. You knowledge, they say, is power. For an entrepreneur, you cannot afford not to be knowledgeable about the sector that you are operating in. Look at all the risk things that the pastor also told us about when he was speaking. Those are things that you must equip yourself with as an entrepreneur. You know about your sector, you know about your business, you know about the economy, you pursue knowledge, you thirst for it. Post-COVID sustainability, the third one I say, will also demand courage. Courage to try out new ideas, courage to take first step, courage to withstand whatever challenges may come. You will need that courage because the whole scenario, there is one word that is there, uncertainty. There is one word that is here, they're unpredictable. Everything is about projections. Look at all the goals that we all set out to do this year. Look at all the vision boards that we all created. Everyone is having to revisit it and to take it and say that, look, this thing, it has to happen. And it takes courage. That's what I am calling you to do this morning. That's what I'm calling you to do this morning. Courage to try out new ideas. Courage to take the first step. Courage to withstand whatever challenges may come. And I wish you all the best in this journey of being an entrepreneur, because it's a great journey. It is something that I know that post-COVID is the way out for our nation, is the way out for our young ones. And I want to congratulate the School of Entrepreneurial Studies on Mountain Top University for putting this together, because you are helping to give them a foundation. And I know that the rest of the deliberations for the next 2 days will be awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I can see a lot of passion. I can see it, so I can hear. Let me say I can hear, even if I cannot see. But I can feel it right on my table here, the passion with which you are delivering your message. And if you permit me, in a way, I can link your presentation with that of Mr. Kabwese. He told us that entrepreneur must not be driven by survival mechanism, but rather by passion. So I can see where people like you, where you are highly successful in your engagements as an entrepreneur. And while you were talking, somebody came beside me and said, that person, she's just a professor of entrepreneurship. And we are so glad to have you here. Please send in your questions for Mrs. Ogude, if you have questions. And then I have some salient points that I got from your presentation. First, you said growth never happens in our comfort zone. So we have to get out of our comfort zone. We have to do what is, in my own perception, we have to do something unusual. Something that other people may be afraid. It means we have to take risk. Okay? We have to take risk. Yes. But I see a place where people like you now need to key into us. You know, as I call ourselves classroom teachers. We are teachers. Whether secondary, university, primary school, we are teachers. So I see that you told us this morning that the key to our success or to anyone's success in entrepreneur is knowledge.
Absolutely.
Yes, we give the knowledge. We teach them in the classroom. Our center, we take them through a lot of things. And I've not seen any question. That's why I'm asking you. I think there's one, a question is coming in now. No, more or less appreciation. Now, the only question I have for you is that, now, you can only impart knowledge as a university teacher. Now, how do we, in a way that it shouldn't be driven by survival mechanism, but these children that will go out there, no job, then they look for a way to survive, isn't it? Now, is there any way that can passion develop along the way of approaching it? If you approach it with survival mechanism, if you think I don't have a job, I have to do something for myself, okay? And then maybe the student remember, okay, I was taught one or two things when I was in university, Martin Top University, and then I can try it and see whether I can survive there. And along the way, can passion develop?
You know one thing, Dr. Fayemi, one of the things that we must always help our students to discover is that which they are passionate about.
Okay.
You cannot become the best in an area you don't have a passion for. You cannot excel in an area that you are not passionate about. That is so absolutely true. If all that we are able to key them into is to help them to discover that which they are passionate about, you become creative in that area. There is what we call your giftedness. We owe it as teachers to help the students to discover their area of giftedness. You will see that everything I do is centered in area of my giftedness. I can do them with my eyes closed. I can do them without being paid. Now look at it. You've given me just 20 minutes. I can talk non-stop without being paid for hours.
That's
so long as it's an area of my interest. So that one is coming in so naturally. Every one of us, I know we have God-given talents. You are the one equipping them so that they will acquire the knowledge. In the process, they also must discover their passion. When you discover your passion, you become impossible to catch, because it makes you extremely creative. That is your zone. That is your niche. That is that thing that is uniquely you. That's why we don't have time today. I will have shared a lot of experiences with them, because there's a way. People come in and ask me that, Yinka, how do you come up with all these projects? And before we wake up, you have made them so big that we're still trying to make sense of it. I said, it's as if I just get out of bed and then I roll my legs down. By the time I'm rolling my leg down, I'm already creating the next thing. In fact, my husband, most times, he looks at me and he's wondering, I say, which one is the next one now? And the thing is that because I'm operating in the area of my giftedness, I don't even see it as any stress. The transition that we have been able to make online now, even in my organization, if I tell you a few of them and how we are generating income from them, there were things I never knew before. But post-COVID, we had to go back to the drawing board. And then I used that first one that I showed you, identifying opportunities. We must train our students how to identify opportunities. It is about solving problems. Entrepreneurs solve problems. They don't go around shutting their eyes like this all over the place. No. You are there to solve problems. Every part of Nigeria is filled with problems to be solved. So students, every one of us here, let us open our eyes to solve problems.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam. Thank you. Yes, really. But there's something I just have to, something I want to discuss with you on a personal note now. I will call it public secret. Is that I'm not sure if you are one of the facilitators for our Center for Entrepreneurship. Okay, but I know they will invite you more and more for more coaching. I can see the passion in you. You know, passion is natural. it's very difficult for, it's something I call it like, it's your internal instinct. And in my own perception, it's like God gift in you that He gave you to survive. So I can see a lot of passion in you. But there's some questions that are coming in, and I think I will just read one or two, and then more questions we see. If there are more questions we can answer, it will come to your email.
Yes,
and we still bring you here. Mrs. Ogunde,
yes.
we'll bring you here after COVID. We'll bring you to Mountain Top University, and I'm sure you all know our invitation. Okay.
Anytime.
Yes. So a question here, somebody was asking about how has the word entrepreneurship been for the over 5 years? And as a country, I will read like 2, 3, then you can answer them within short space of time that we have. As an entrepreneur, please, can you kindly give a situation analysis of our nation? I think in comparison with the rest of the world for the past 2 years in line in entrepreneurship. Okay, there is another question here, which is telling us now, is talking to you that one can learn from your presentation entrepreneurship skill, but to implement, there should be a mentor and a gift or enabling environment that will support such passion and skill. Now, it's not asking, but in Nigeria, where youth has been branded as lazy, discouraging investors and other mentors, what are your suggestions for youth to move forward in country like ours?
Okay, thank you very much. You know,
okay, that's all. You have the floor, please.
Yes, sir. One of the things that I will want to tell you that you must take away from this program is that you must consciously choose what you think. You know, there's a lot of power in your thoughts. If you have already made up your mind that if you're comparing Nigeria to the rest of the world and you are looking at all the problems in Nigeria, I tell you, you will not be able to have the right entrepreneurial mindset.
That's true.
I tell people when they come into me, I said, look, if you go to a settled society where everything is already ordered, where everything immediately you start it, there is NEPA, there is this, there is that, everything is ordered. I said that is another type of entrepreneurship. But here you are in Nigeria. If you are going to be an entrepreneur in Nigeria, there's so many obstacles that you may face. And you have to prepare your mind for those obstacles. You don't see them. It's your choice. I see them as stepping stones. I see them as part of the story. I see them as things that I need to put down as part of my memories. I've been I've organized exhibitions before that up till 12 in the midnight, I was not sure I will have an exhibition. The reason, those who were supposed to deliver things did not deliver them. And my whole hall of that will have housed thousands was not, I could not sleep in my hotel room. I was there sleeping in the hall after I paid for the hotel room. So as an entrepreneur, you go through so many things. But all those stories are things that make you stronger, that will also enable you to be able to add value to young ones. Those are the stories that I have to share. And one will be able to tell you the step by step what I did or what we did. Yeah. Those are parts of your stories. Now, in terms of young ones, in terms of young ones, not having a mentor, not there, and the next thing to, how do you get a mentor? You know, when you are ready, the beautiful thing is you are not ready. When you are ready, a mentor appears.
That's true.
When a student is ready, the teacher appears.
Yes.
I can tell you that from experience. You thirst after knowledge. Now look at it. If we finish after this and you believe that because Mrs. Ogunde has spoken, you want Mrs. Ogunde to come and mentor you, there is a big gap between you and I at the moment, age-wise. There is a big gap between you and I because I'm in my 50s, you are probably in your 20s or 30s. Even in terms of my schedule, there is a limit to the number I can accommodate. What does that tell you? There is a step-by-step process, even in mentorship.
If I'm going to mentor people who are in their 20s, people who are in their, I do it as a group session, because then I will be able to mentor more of you. But if you want a one-on-one session, you probably bring somebody who you can see almost every week, who will have more time for you. And then
yes, Miss Ogunde,
yes,
like I said, you know, a woman of passion like you is very difficult to stand on their way. It's difficult to stop them. That's why I said this discussion can go on and on and on and on like that. But I can promise you that one of these days, we will see you here at Mountain Top University.
No
face
problem.
to face. COVID will go, and then we'll return back to our normal life. I will be glad to see you here. Thank you so much this morning. We sincerely appreciate you. We appreciate your time. We appreciate creating time with us. And I believe it's the beginning of a long-time relationship with our great university. Here, they put something on my table. I will take your permission to open and show it to you. They told me this is for you.
Yes,
okay.
Please,
can I open it and show to you, please? Do I have your permission to open it?
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. They said this is for you. Okay. Then MTU Center for Entrepreneurship Development and General Studies, Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2020, Appreciation Award presented to Mrs. Nika Ogunde, EduMark Education Consultant and Founder, Concerned Parents and Educator Network, in recognition of your contributions towards the success of the Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2020 as our guest speaker. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you.
You will find this one on your team.
Thank
we
you.
sincerely appreciate your time. Thank you for being with us. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And then from here now, please, before we move to the next agenda on our, before we move to the next item on our agenda, please permit me to recognize the presence of some of my senior colleagues online with us. I recognize the presence of Professor Ayola Olalusi, Director for Center for Research, Innovation and Collaboration of the Mountain Top University. I also recognize the presence of Professor Emmanuel Adedu, and Director Center for Continuing Education and Head of Department of Languages. I also recognize the presence of Professor Sheyi Odugoye, Professor of Entrepreneurship, Babcock University. Thank you so much for being here. Mrs. Nika, are you still with us, please? Okay, please, we'll just take a brief group photograph, like one. Mrs. Ogunde would like you to come back on video, then we can quickly have a picture, like a minute or so, a group picture with. Okay, thank you. We can see your face now. Thank you so much. So you can put on your video if you want us to see your face in the group picture. Okay, there we go. Okay. So thank you once again, Mrs. Ogunde. We appreciate you. So we move to the next item. So we quickly move to our next guest speaker. Is the friend of the university, is a senior colleague, Professor Solomon Adebola, the Vice Chancellor of Adeleke University, Ede Osun. Before his presentation, I will call on Dr. C. Mbaka of the Department of Mass Communication for the citation of our second keynote speaker. Dr. Mbaka, please. Yes, Dr. Mbaka, you have the floor.
The idea is that when we finish, and we tell them that
you have told them.
We go back to NEPA.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's my pleasure to read the citation on Professor Solomon Ajayi Adebola. Professor Solomon Ajayi Adebola had his early university education at the University of Ibadan, where he earned a BSc in mathematics in 1975. He thereafter went on to obtain an ABE diploma in management from Southwest London College, an MSc banking and finance from Bayero University Kano, and a PhD in management science from the University of Ilorin. He's a member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Institute of Taxation, a fellow of the Certified Institute of Marketing Communication, fellow of the Institute of Entrepreneurs of Nigeria, a member of the Academy of Management of Nigeria. He's also an honorary senior member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Professor Solomon Adebola is also either a member or a fellow of 10 other professional bodies. He served as head of department for 12 years at Kano State Polytechnic, where he rose to the peak position of chief lecturer in 1992. He taught at Ahmadu Bello University Kano campus and later at the University of Ilorin. He was managing director of 2 mortgage banks in Lagos at different times between 1993 and year 2000. He also served as managing partner and chief executive of Starlink Associates, a financial and tax consulting firm in Lagos. He is a widely traveled man, having been to 25 countries, either in search of or in the course of disseminating knowledge. He has 3 textbooks to his credit and many locally and internationally published journal articles. He has presented papers at many local and international conferences. He was a former head of business administration department, former dean of Babcock Business School, former director of Babcock Center for Executive Development. Professor Solomon Adebola served as the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Adeleke University, Ede, Osun State, before his elevation to the position of the President and Vice Chancellor of the foremost and prestigious Adeleke University. His main sources of joy are his immediate family, having the opportunity to serve humanity, and of course, the chance of knowing Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Solomon Ajayi Adebola. Thank you very much.
Yes, Prof, you have the floor, sir. You have 20 minutes, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me clearly?
I can clearly, sir.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, my audience, my colleagues, my friends in Martin Top University, and those who are listening to us virtually. I'm supposed to present a keynote address, not a lecture. So I'm mindful of that. I'm mindful usually also of the time given to me. And I'm mindful of the fact that I'm speaking on a general overview of entrepreneurship, especially as having been affected one way or the other by the COVID-19 pandemic, which is global. The Chancellor, Pastor Dr. Daniel Olukoya, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Ayolabi, Principal Officers of Mountain Top University, Deans and Heads of Departments of my dear university, the MTU, Directors, distinguished audience present at MTU, the main campus, and those joining virtually. My ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this very, very important conference at this point in time. The world was suddenly thrown into uncertainty due to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic very early this year as a carryover of what happened actually last year, 2019. The severity of the disease made the WHO declare a global pandemic within 1 month of its outbreak, and thereafter advised that all forms of human physical interactions should cease as much as possible. Consequently, all forms of human physical interactions, including commerce, business, education, transportation, religious worship areas, tourism, entertainment, and even ordinary movements around a neighborhood were virtually prohibited. According to the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, COVID-19 has had severe consequences on households, livelihoods, and business activities, resulting in deep, very deep drop in global product demand and deep drop in household livelihoods and deep drop in business activities. This has resulted in a terrible slowdown in product and service production. It led to a loss of service in many areas of the economy, a massive loss of jobs, contraction in economic activities, and disruption to global supply chains. There was a sudden rise in general price of goods and services due to closure of manufacturing industries, closure of borders across countries, ban on local and international flights, with inflation rates rising to as high as 13.39%, as per the report of NBS in August 2020. Therefore, the topic being considered now, entrepreneurship as a veritable tool for economic sustainability in the COVID-19 era, is considered very apt and appropriate for this conference. I must mention of appreciation that I listened to our first speaker, Mr. Kabwizi, and the data he gave out, very importantly, being, of course, an insider in that area of stewardship in the country. And of course, the second speaker, Mrs. Yinka Ogundi, I noticed the passion with which she spoke about entrepreneurship. With the monumental massive loss of jobs, especially in the erstwhile rock-solid economy, multinational conglomerates, the COVID-19, though unfortunate public service health issues, really revealed economic limitations of every country, including the United States of America, China, and all powers that were involved. It revealed the need for government, especially in the developing countries, to focus on entrepreneurship as a veritable tool for sustainable and self-reliant economy. No nation will develop in the real sense of the word by depending on importation of virtually every major item that is needed in the country. And hence, therefore, any nation desirous of sustainable economic development in the COVID-19 era must pay attention to entrepreneurship, the development, resource management, and so on and so forth. I recall Uzedomi in 2007, in Akanu and Fashanu 2008, alluded that a major route out of the vicious cycle of poverty in entrepreneurship and self-employment is the key and passionate look at entrepreneurship. Nigeria in recent past has been grappling with a high level of poverty. The report by the World Poverty Clock as of June 2018 indicated that Nigeria's level of poverty has overtaken that of India, with the most extreme poor people in the world, with 86.9 million people living in abject poverty. This was corroborated by the Minister of Finance, Ms. Zainab Ahmed, whose opinion was that prior to the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, the Nigerian economy was already fragile and vulnerable. A business and economy report in the Punch of October 8, 2020, stipulated that Nigeria has the largest poor population in sub-Saharan Africa, with 79 million extremely poor people in 2018, accounting for about 20% of the total poor in the region. The report also suggested that the COVID-19 pandemic world has pushed up the figure to 40 million into extreme poverty in sub-Saharan Africa. The report further confirmed that almost half of the poor people in sub-Saharan Africa live in just 5 economies. Nigeria with 79 million, Democratic Republic of Congo with 60 million, Tanzania 28 million, Ethiopia 26 million, and Madagascar with 20 million. This abysmal development, according to a Zendomen in 2007, was caused by man's ignorance on one hand and by government's poor macroeconomic management, structural infrastructure development, incoherent, inconsistent, and swinging socioeconomic policies on the one hand, and inconsistent government policies on the other hand. Again, this backdrop, the socioeconomic impact of COVID-19 pandemic has led to many socioeconomic damages that will include, number one, organizations are downsizing the enough staff, including educational institutions, even tertiary ones. Number two, drastic reduction in emoluments of staff in such establishments. Number three, associated security and health hazards, which is a global feature, not just in Nigeria, but in other parts of the world. The microeconomic and macroeconomic implications of these developments can be a major disaster nationally. To militate against these harsh realities, entrepreneurship is suggested as a key and viable veritable option nationally and globally. What is entrepreneurship in the first place? Richard Cantillon in the 18th century, one of the earliest key operators in that field, offered one of the earliest definitions of the field and term entrepreneurship when he proposed the first theory in entrepreneurship. According to him, entrepreneurship is self-employment of any kind, and entrepreneurs are non-fixed income wage earners, and of course, who are risk takers. Joseph Schumpeter offered another instructive definition when he said, and I quote, "The entrepreneur is the innovator who implements changes within a market through the carrying out of new combinations." That was in 1934, a very old one, but still very conveniently appropriate even at this time. The Global Entrepreneurship Monitor defines entrepreneurship as creation of new business or any attempt to do it, expansion of existing business, new business organizations, or established businesses. That's as GEM 2001. A more recent definition, however, says, and I quote, "Enterprising individuals are those who display the readiness to take risks with new or innovative ideas to generate new products or services." That was according to Needham and Richard 2008. Making allusion to Schumpeter's opinion, an entrepreneur must be an individual who can define and identify prevailing economic needs that need urgent solution and provide the needed solution for those needs. According to any count schedule and Oyende 2009, the objective of an entrepreneur is growth and a greater presence in the marketplace instead of the profit-making goal of the small business owner. There is a small difference between those two categories of workers, the entrepreneur and the small business owner. They must somehow interface and overlap, but the difference sometimes is clear in their regard. And therefore, entrepreneurship is classified according to what must have spurred or motivated the establishment of the business. That is, according to Ponce in 2001, it classified entrepreneurship into two main categories. Number one, the craft person. Somebody who has trade or skill or overwhelming desire to do a craft or use a skill. Number two, the opportunist. Someone who commits to the entrepreneurial efforts because it makes business sense. Number three category, the inventor. Somebody who likes to create and bring about new products to the marketplace. Those are the three main categories: the craftsperson, the opportunist, and the inventor. These categories are not always exclusive. Some entrepreneurs fit into more than one category, perhaps two or the three. Entrepreneurship is not a special preserve of any particular group of individuals, but it requires certain qualities. Number one, a high need for achievement. Number two, a locus of control. Number three, the willingness to take risk. Number four, you must have self-confidence. Number five, you must have distinct and distinctive competence in certain areas. With these qualities, one could venture into any form of entrepreneurship, like trading, food processing, chemical and pharmaceutical businesses, steel-based product businesses, mineral-based business producers, petrochemical businesses, telecommunications businesses, even construction and manufacturing, advertising, supplies, distribution, transportation, real estate, and general merchandise. This covers virtually most areas you can think of entrepreneurship, that such as those who fall in each or one or two or three of those categories can eventually get into entrepreneurship. Economic sustainability is an integral part of the national survival, and this implies that we must use safeguarded and sustained resources, which are human and material, in order to create long-term sustainable values through optimal use and, of course, through recycling of products. According to Adebola and Fashion in 2018, the Nigerian operating business environment will be both fertile and harsh. An entrepreneur must take note of that. Environment will be both fertile or harsh. They further explain that entrepreneurial opportunities abound and could be identified and classified as number one, primary sector, number two, secondary sector, and number three, the tertiary sector. Meanwhile, one of the challenging issues of affecting entrepreneurship in Nigeria as a date is the operational business environment. Adebola and Co. 2018 again identified the micro, i.e. the internal environment, which means the internal climate created within organization by the activities of the managers, or the macroeconomic environment, that means the general task operating environment, economic components, legal, regulatory components, technological components, political components, and of course, social components. These are vital determinants for economic stability and sustainability. To succeed as an entrepreneur in Nigeria, Adebola submitted in 2018 that the development of a high level of appreciation of the importance of all these dimensions of the environment and designing of strategies of areas that will facilitate the effective exploitation of the opportunities that are bound to the environment while dealing with the threats to survive in that same environment. We are barely 7 months into the COVID-19 as a date, October 2020, and we can confidently submit for what we have seen thus far. There is an emergence of a new normal in this country, which demands entrepreneurial innovations. We must wake up to the reality of the moment. It's either we embrace entrepreneurship or face a cruel economic situation in the future. Entrepreneurship in Nigeria has been negatively affected by various factors. Olushemore in 2006 was the opinion that the Nigerian economy has an unfavorable feature of high inflation rates, unstable government policy, insecurity of lives and property, multiple taxes and levies, government-led economy, poor industrialization, import dependence in the economy, and this, of course, affects entrepreneurship at all levels. Despite the above-mentioned features that may appear unfavorable for entrepreneurship, Nigeria undoubtedly has a huge prospect for entrepreneurship. We do know, and that's a fact, that the country is the most populous Black nation in the world, the 7th largest population in the world, and an enormous market for industrial goods and services. The country Nigeria, according to the World Bank 2019, is the biggest economy in Africa with a GDP of $397 billion, followed only by South Africa with $356 billion. Nigeria is also Africa's biggest oil producer, with, on the average, more than 2 million barrels per day, and the 3rd largest manufacturing sector in Africa.
Prof, sorry, sir, you have 2 minutes more, sir.
It has the largest film industry in the world, in Nollywood, ahead of the United States of America, the Hollywood, and only behind the Indian film industry, Nollywood. These are just parts of entrepreneurship areas that we're used to. These huge potentials present a huge market for any entrepreneur to cash in and compete for a substantial market share. Let me conclude with this inspiring story of Richard Branson. Richard Branson is the founder of Virgin Atlantic Airlines. According to him, it came after he got stuck in Puerto Rico while trying to get to British Virgin Islands. The airline had booked, according to Virgin Branson, didn't have enough passengers to warrant the flight, so they canceled the flight, and he got upset. He now said, and I quote, "I had a beautiful lady waiting for me in the British Virgin Islands. I will not want to disappoint her. I hired a plane and borrowed a blackboard, and I wrote on the blackboard, Virgin Airlines, $39 one way to British Virgin Islands. In a short period, I went around, all passengers who were there, who had booked and were bound, and in no time, I filled up my plane, and the first plane, Virgin Islands, began business. After that, Richard Branson decided that he was fed up with airlines that didn't care about their passengers, and he wanted to do something about it. A niche was created, he wanted to fill it. That's entrepreneurship. A phone call to Boeing to find out if there are any 747s ready for sale, and an airline, the Virgin Atlantic Africa, was born immediately. Call him a craft person, an opportunist, or an inventor, whatever you call him, he saw a niche and he filled it. Every entrepreneur has a bit of these traits. Richard Branson was caught on by disappointment that he turned around to become an opportunity. Your own opportunity is just around the corner. Get up and turn it into a major route to a huge entrepreneurial great service. Identify an opportunity, see a gap you need, see or sense a need that needs to be filled. Cash in on the opportunity. Don't let it pass by. That could be the first route you need and are waiting for to become a successful entrepreneur. You have a wonderful conference experience. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the time, sir. We sincerely appreciate your time, sir. Please send in your questions now for Prof. You can send in chat to us if you have questions for Prof. Thank you, sir. So I have some select points, Prof, that I can get from your presentation. You talk about willingness to take risk. So if you want to be an entrepreneur, especially in this part of the world, you should be willing to take risk. Now, before we see any other question in a meeting, sir, to what extent should we take risk? To what extent should we risk? Because the perspective at which somebody like me is looking at is that we have high level of unemployment, high percentage of unemployment in the country. And we see entrepreneurship as a way forward. Okay, so it means the young graduates from the university must be ready to take risks to be an entrepreneur.
That's right.
Yes, to what extent should we take the risk?
Thank you. Let me give a personal example. Let me go by historical line. I left Ibadan in the university in 1975. As a young graduate, 22 years old, going for NYSC, while the fourth set of NYSC, or finishing NYSC in July 1976, I had 5 jobs waiting for me. And that's a statement of fact. 2 of these jobs I didn't apply for, they just called me. Now tell that same story to a young man finishing school. If you think it's fairly tale. The jobs were available in those days in government service. They were available in those days in private sector. Now government service then were employing through the ministries. Which ministries were employing in Nigeria? National, state, or even local government. The industrial sector, where are they? Are they job in the Dunlop? Where is Dunlop in Nigeria? I was called by the other fire tire company that went down to Paracord eventually. All this had gone completely. And I find at that time, the only 5 universities were the Ibadan, we have ABU in Zara, the whole North, University of Lagos, Isuka, and Ife. So output into the mainstream of market then was, of course, minimal. Unlike now, 139 universities in this country, pushing out almost millions without a further extension in the economy. All these figures they give as GDP inflation, I don't look at those things. I look at the reality of life. And I'm saying now to dabble into it means taking a risk to start a job. But a scale, like we are saying, a risk that is reasonable, not just a risk that's a risk.
Exactly, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I want to start producing something. And I think I'll start producing heaters of the room. Hot place like Maiduguri. I'm making a mistake. Take into account, see what needs are created by the environment, then think clearly before you go into it. Every business is a risk anyway.
Yeah. That's right, sir. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, sir. We appreciate, sir. Sir, in a minute, what will you say is the difference between, because I see a question here, the difference between a businessman and an entrepreneur?
A businessman is a general coloring word for a man who goes into business.
Okay.
That is, who goes into what will give him a means to survive and perhaps go beyond survival. But entrepreneur is different. An entrepreneur in most cases is an initiator of a business on his own. A man can be a businessman by just finding somebody selling handkerchief and they're going to sell handkerchief. But to be an entrepreneur means look at what is needed. Is the handkerchief needed in that environment? Is it something of need in that environment? If you now see a need that arises to catch to it, that means you're an entrepreneur. So they overlap seriously, but the entrepreneur is usually an initiator at that level of the business.
Thank you so much, Prof. We appreciate, sir. I know we have a relationship with your institution. I remember sometimes when my Vice Chancellor visited your institution, I was aware of that. I know we have a long-time relationship, but I know we can put hands together with your institution. We can train Nigerian youth. They could be self-reliant, and then they can do something good for themselves. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We sincerely appreciate you, sir. And with no subsequent invitations, you will still honor us. Thank you so much, sir. So they put this one on my table. They told me it's for you, sir. Do I have your permission to open, sir, so that we can see what is inside?
Oh, please do. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So this is for you, sir. This is what is inside for you. Mountain Top University Center for Entrepreneurship Development and General Studies. Excuse me. Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship. MTUIC 2020 Appreciation Award presented to Professor Solomon Adebola, the Vice Chancellor at Adeleke University at the Osun State. In recognition of your contributions toward the success of the Second International Conference on Entrepreneurship 2020 as a keynote speaker. We sincerely appreciate you, sir. Silver and gold we have none, but this is our token. I'm sure you are set for more, sir. So you will find this one on your table at Adeleke University in Ede. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your time here. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, sir. And our regards to everyone at Adeleke University. Thank you so much.
And especially Patience Eribe. It was
yes.
And Dr. Ojo Olanipeku.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's wonderful, sir. I'm sure they will still bring you here next time. So
thank you so much, sir. God bless you.
Yes, she said.
God bless you.
I'll see you there.
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof.
That's the one.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Let me wash my hands.
Please just give me like a minute or two, then we give us a kind of direction on what how we are going to handle the next item on our. So the next thing now is a parallel session. Then I will call on Dr. Ofuje to be able to give us a guidelines on how to go about that. Dr. Ofuje. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fayemi, for a very wonderful job. We appreciate your role as the master of the day. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I sincerely want to welcome each and every one of us to this international conference. I'm very sure that without doubt you have enjoyed yourself and gained one or two things. May I please inform you that the conference continues tomorrow, same time. Presently, we are about to go into the parallel sections, and we have two main presentations today. The first one is track 1, and that has to do with entrepreneurship. Track 1 is on entrepreneurship, and track 2 is on ICT, technology, women, and gender equality. Please, we are going to have the two tracks simultaneously. What we want you to do for us now is that for us to group ourselves, If your articles falls under track 1, kindly raise up your hand. If your article falls in track 1, that's under entrepreneurship, kindly raise up your hands so that we can pick you manually. If your track is in track 2, you don't need to raise up your hands. Participation. So please, we are waiting. If your track falls on entrepreneurship track 1, please raise up your hands. We are going to select you from here. You will be in room 1. And if your track falls on track 2, you don't need to raise up your hand. Automatically, you'll be in room 2. For room 1 will be shared by Dr. Eze from Hallmark University. Hallmark University, I hope it's online. Dr. Eze, are you online? And that will be co-shared by Dr. Olanipeku Ojo. Dr. Olanipeku Ojo. Track 2 will be shared by Engineer Francis. Engineer Francis from Benin City. And will be co-shared by Dr. Mrs. Kasali. Please click on participants. From there, you can raise up your hands. If you click on participant from there, you're able to raise up your hands. I can't see, okay, I can only see 2 hands up. Track 1, please.
Please, you raise your hand. Just look towards the bottom of this Zoom. You may have to maximize. You will see something like more. Then you can raise your hand. We need more hands up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have testimony for follower David Babajide, Ben Eze. Hands are up already. We need more. We have 14 presenters, so we need more hands. Kindly note that you have just only 7 minutes for the presentations, after which we will take 1 or 2 questions. If you are in track 1, if your article falls in track 1, kindly raise up your hands. Kindly permit me to go through the articles number that I have here. Article 001, 014, 015, 018, 020, 021, 023, 024, 026, 030, 032, 034, 043, 044. You have to raise up your hands if you are online. Please bear with us for a while. Just give us a few minutes to resolve that. If we do not have much presenters from track 1, maybe we just collapse everything together. So please just give me 1 or 2 minutes. We'll resolve it and get back to you. Oh, only 2 people raised it. Please still bear with us, still bear with us. Just give us 2 or 3 minutes. We are trying to resolve an issue here. Please.
Have you on mute? Have you on mute?
Just give us a few minutes, please. We'll be back shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Yes. Mumbo. Sorry, everyone. We would like to make few modifications. First, we are going to use just only one Zoom center, just only one room. So track 1 and track 2 will be together so that we have few participants. And that will be shared by Dr. Eze and co-shared by Dr. Ojo. So track 1 and track 2 we present together. Like I said, is on mute. So after the presentation for 7 minutes, we take questions and answers. We only have few slides here with us. The host will allow you to share your slide if you have it, but please do make sure that you spend the time given to you, which is 10 minutes. So let me hand over the parallel sections to Dr. Eze, as well as Dr. Ojo. Dr. Eze, you are on. The floor is open for you, please.
Please, you can mute yourself from your end.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, our able moderator. So are we to start right away?
Yes, you are to start right away. We are starting with track 1.
Okay. So do you have a repertoire?
Just combine the two together, sir. Dr. Joe will help you with that.
Okay, sir. So, Dr. Joe, please, yes, who is the first presenter from the outline?
The first presenter is Olanipekun Latif Okikiola and Olanipekun Deborah Oluwayimika, IC 2020001. Are you online?
My share. Dr. Eze, maybe yes, we should just base it on ability.
Okay.
We just want to go through the list and we'll see.
Those
then
that
we'll
are
go to
available.
the next person.
Yes, it's
available
better.
Can as well tell you.
It's better.
Then we allow them to make their presentations.
It's better, sir. So please, who is ready?
Let's find out.
Please, if you are ready, you can use the chat button so that the moderator will take note. Or you use the hands, just raise your hands. Okay, we have David Babajide. He said he's ready. Hello, moderator. Hello, moderator.
David, Mr. Dr. Babajide or
David Babajide. Yes.
Let us know your ID, your article ID.
Article ID, please.
We need your article ID.
Okay.
Just send me your article ID if you are ready. Your article ID and the track.
Okay.
Mr. David Babajide, please kindly furnish us with your article ID. Okay, we have another Ayo Ali Balogun. Hi, Ali Balogun, can you provide your article ID? Hi, Ali Balogun, can you provide your article ID?
Hello, sir.
Chairman, 009 is ready.
Okay, that is a chat lot Kogi.
What is it, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 009. I've seen it.
Is ready.
Yes, sir. And we can proceed with 009. Let's proceed so as to maximally utilize time.
God bless you. 009, look, ready.
Moderator, sir, please, are we going to share from? Hear me? Yes, sir. I can hear you clearly. Clearly, sir.
Session
I
share.
can hear you clearly.
Dr. Eze,
clearly.
Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you clearly. Dr. Joe, I can hear you clearly. Clearly, sir. I can hear you clearly. So can we share the screen?
Dr. Eze, please.
Hello, Dr. Joe, I can hear you clearly. Clearly.
Participant 9.
That is 009.
Author number 9 is ready.
Okay, sir, let's proceed with 009. Let's proceed.
Charlotte.
And we can proceed, sir. We can proceed. Hello, Dr. Joe. I can hear you clearly. We can proceed with 009.
Yes, thank you.
Let's proceed. Sorry, are we going to share the screen from the IT unit or they will share the screen themselves? Hello, Dr. Joe. Who is going to share the slide?
Okay. Shetty, allow it.
So have they been allowed to share screen?
Yes.
Okay. So please, in order for us not to waste unnecessary time, the second presenter and the third should be ready. We now have other article ID, 015, we have 018. So 18, please, 015 will be the second, 018 will be the third. So 015, get ready, 018, get ready. So 009, please, you can proceed.
015, 018, 011.
Okay, 011 number 4.
011, 036, 018.
036 number 5.
015, 036.
So let's start with 009. 009, you have the floor, please.
009 is what we are taking now. Okay.
Hello, Dr. Joe. Is the slide of 009 ready?
009, yeah.
Is the slide ready?
Where's Makinde now? Oh, 09. No, only share. No, 009 is presenting. We're asking him to share his slides. My screen is still muted.
What's her name? The person's name?
That's chat. Where's Makinde now? Chat Kogi. 09 Kogi. Shimule share. Shani Kinyen. Huh? Okay.
No. Dr. Fayemi, God bless you. Amen. Can you go share?
Hello, Dr. Joe.
Yes, my share.
Yes, sir. Have we been able to sort out the slide? Oh, nine. The
Yes,
slide.
he will be allowed to share now.
Okay, sir.
You will be allowed to share in a moment.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, dear participant, please let's kindly exercise our patience for like
Can
60
you make our
seconds.
time again?
Sorry, you said what, sir?
Make an attempt to share again, sir.
Okay, oh, nine. Please make an attempt to share. Oh, nine.
Organization. Ansamu?
Oh, nine. It has been enabled. Share your screen.
Bauta? Kachwate, wait. Auta na chat sa basiwa kenan.
Please, let's mute our mic. Let's mute our mic, please.
Gurin one. Wurin nasu ma?
Yes, it's coming up. Oh, nine. Your screen is coming up. You are live now, so you can proceed. 7 minutes.
What you reading? Yeah, go. No, you just see the slide. No, that's the slide is on.
And the slide is up. Is up. So, Mr. Kogi, can you proceed?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Let him proceed. My share.
Yes, sir.
Maybe we'll look at the next participant.
Okay, the next presenter.
011 or 015, if they are ready.
Okay.
It's like he's having issues with his audio, I guess.
Okay, sir. So let's take another presenter. Then we'll come back to Mr.
is also
Kogi.
ready.
Okay, so which number are we taking next? Are we taking 003?
011.
011, 011.
Yeah, if 011 is ready, let's take 11.
Okay, 011, are you ready? Can you share your slide?
Then 015
Yes,
is also ready.
Okay, 011, you're ready. Yeah. Then admin, please, you have to disconnect Mr. Kogi. If not, 011 will not be able to share our screen.
Okay. Admin, please.
They're unable to share.
Thank you. I have shared my screen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So the title of the paper is a study of social media conversion rate of small businesses during. Pardon me, I am greeting everybody in the house. Welcome to the second edition of the ICE Entrepreneurship Program. So let me go ahead, please. The introduction.
If they are available, there's no point.
Social media conversion are basically generated call to action from a specific source. The source are individuals, and the purpose is targeted towards converting a particular action from the audience or the customers or consumers, wherever the participants are. So they are expected to click or purchase anything online. Everything is done via online. So that is what the conversion essentially means. So the purpose of the conversion is to build trust, to sell to prospective customers. Then the venue through which this is done is via the social media. So it is a form of digital marketing channel for businesses, and it depends on the size of the company. Most times, small businesses are not usually exploring these channels of business marketing so as to create awareness for their products. So in light of this, this research is trying to know the rate at which these actions was carried out for productivity of for the production of their business to the customer. So what's the statement of the problem? The COVID-19 lockdown basically stopped movements here and there, people going out to do their businesses as usual. So the next stage was to go ahead so that the activities of the lockdown will not totally lock up your business. And this is a way, the social media poses a way to accomplish this task. So what the study wants to know the rate at which the businesses were able to convert, especially during the lockdown, comparing these results prior to the lockdown and after the lockdown. Then let's move on to the research questions towards this study. One, which social media channel was most used for businesses during the COVID-19 lockdown in Nigeria? Then the next one is, what rate do small business owners use social media to propagate their businesses? This final and the third question is, what was the social media conversion rate of small businesses before and after the COVID-19 lockdown in Nigeria? The theoretical framework for this study is the division of innovation theory by Everett Rogers. This theory posits that the transmission of new ideas is achieved through a chain of process. Innovation is communicated over time through a specific and detailed path, which allows the success of the innovation. This has a heavy reliance on society structure and the combination of external and internal factors such as technology, media influencers or opinion leaders, and also social relationships. According to Rogers, there are 4 innovation and adaptation processes, and this theory is more applicable because small businesses do not really explore innovation in terms of using the social media, exploring the different social media platforms to disseminate their business or to market their businesses. So, and the results from this theory, the results from this study buttressed the point Everett Rogers was trying to make, that innovation goes through a process. Then the methodology to the question, where a number of 26 questionnaires was distributed to different small business owners, and a survey was carried out. Basically, a survey was used to generate results and to compute the analysis and everything that was gathered for the study. And then answering the first research question from everything that was gathered. 1, which social media channel was mostly used for businesses during the COVID-19 lockdown in Nigeria? Based on the fact that the study was carried out using small businesses, very unique business owners, it was observed that WhatsApp was most used by them, which is not even which is arguably not a social media platform. Although the more categorized social media platforms are Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Pinterest. So these businesses used WhatsApp because after a pretest that was carried out, it was discovered that if I did not include WhatsApp as a social media platform, then the results would not be computed accurately. So the pretest allowed the WhatsApp option to be included. 70% of our social media, small business owners use WhatsApp platform to engage with their customers and then relay information pertaining to their products and the services they conducted during the lockdown, majorly during the lockdown. Then after the lockdown, it's continued, but at a lower rate. Then the other question, what way do small business owners use social media to propagate or to engage their customers? Based on the presentation of the pie chart that I did not include in this slide, it was observed that the WhatsApp was still the major platform that was used. Customers respond to both Instagram and WhatsApp, which is at 11.5%, and then the Instagram and Facebook also was 11.5%, while Twitter was not as high as that. And then through this question, I also got to know that customers are location, just as we have different markets around, we have that as well on social media. There are different location-based social media for different businesses. And it's very important to know that if a small business owner wants to reach a good number of customers, the best is to explore each and every market on the social media. That is referring to the combination of all social media platforms and not just relying on a single social media platform. So the best is to combine the available social media platforms where you can reach your customers adequately so as to propel your business sales. Then the third one is what social media platform? What was the social media conversion rate of small businesses before and after the COVID-19 lockdown?
1 minute more. 1 minute more.
Thank you. Before the COVID-19 lockdown, it was gathered that 61.5% of small business owners use social media to market their businesses, while 35.8% did not. Also, 61.5% and 61.5% were service providers. That is, it was easier for people that engage in services to engage their customers on social media because of the limitation that comes with product delivery. So it was easier for service providers to engage their customers on social media, while it was more difficult for business owners delivering products. Then social media activities between this period has significant differences in the sense that during the thick of the lockdown, there were more business engagement between customers and business owners, while it dropped significantly after the lockdown based on the fact that the COVID-19 lockdown had been lifted. Then finally, let me conclude by saying that based on Everett Roger's innovation theory, it can be said that there are stages. The customers that did not use the social media platforms exploring to explore their business can be referred to as laggards because they were probably skeptical to use the social media platforms. And then the category of people that explored it most are the ones we refer to as the adopters. They embraced this channel to reach their customers adequately. Then conclusion, I recommend that there should be customers should be open to other avenues of reaching their business owners, and as well it applies more to business owners in the sense that they should find ways of reaching their customers better than waiting for them to meet them at the marketplaces. Instead, they should go ahead and ensure that all means through which they can reach their customers are explored and not put limitations into a particular social media platform. Thank you. At this stage, I will entertain questions.
Yeah, thank you, our presenter. It was indeed a good presentation. We are going to give our participants opportunity to raise one or two issues to add value to your paper. But let me quickly say this. I believe we are all aware that the organizers of this conference, they've been able to secure a Scopus Index journal where some selected papers will be published. And we must commend MTU and the Center for Entrepreneurial Studies particularly for that feat. It's not easy. Even most federal universities, after their conferences, you hardly get anything out of it. So for MTU to have gone a step further to secure a Scopus Index journal where some selected papers will be published is a very, very good one. And secondly, the reason we pay 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 to take part in conferences like this is one, to further improve our work, to make our papers better. Two is to learn from other people's presentation and other comments. So please, I call on all of us to contribute meaningfully to this paper. So if you have one or two things to add, please use the hands button, the raise hands button. Wants to hear your voice. It will be nice to hear your voice. It's better you contribute verbally. So any contribution? Do you have any contribution? Okay, let me quickly say this while our participants take their time to think about what I want to see. Our dear presenter, like I said earlier, you did a very good job. And your topic is highly germane. It is relevant. It is a topical issue. Is a research work that will add value because your research is even more useful to the micro enterprises, not even the small and medium enterprises. It's far more useful to the micro enterprises. And we're talking about over 40 million enterprises in that category. But since the intention is to publish these works in a Scopus Index journal, there are some ingredients that most of these journals are looking for that are missing in your work. Though we are not really privileged to have access to the entire work, but based on what you've presented so far, most Scopus Index journals don't joke with statement of problem. Your statement of problem is good. You were able to exhibit the practical problem that we have in industry, how social media can impact SME performance. You were able to show us the practical problem that we are at home as a result of COVID-19. As a result, you can't go to your shop, you can't go to your business premises to sell. So the only alternative to sell is to use the internet, the social media platform that are relatively cheap. Fine. That is what we call practical gap. But as academics, we're also interested in the gap in literature. Statement of problem that is coming from literature. What has other scholars done as relates to what you've done? What have they done? What were their opinion? Some people had carried out studies in the past on ICT, for instance, on the effect of ICT on SME performance. So people have carried out some studies in the past where they came up with the conclusion that the use of social media tends to better improve your performance as a small business owner. So these are some of the stuff you have to come up with. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to come up with a very tangible gap. Not just the practical gap, not just the situational gap. You must be able to come up with some gap in literature that will not lead, your statement of problem is all about your gap, that will not lead to your statement of problem. Apart from you telling us that the lockdown led to people being at home for months, which is perfect. People cannot go to their shop, to their business services to sell. Perfect. They have to employ internet to sell. Good. But what has other people done? How do we know internet can even lead to better performance? What have they done? What has other people done? What haven't they been able to cover that your study wants to address? So these are some of the issues you have to look at. Your topic dwell more on small, medium enterprises. And when you talk about social media, it is more relevant to micro enterprises. So these are some of the little things you can add also. You can incorporate micro enterprises, because I believe the organizers are going to communicate to us. They are most likely going to give us almost a month to perfect our papers before we send it again. So do we have any other contribution from participants? Any other contribution from participants? Okay, presenter, do you understand what I said? Did you get it? Okay. Then your innovation diffusion theory, link it to the work. I love your analysis when you said it involves category, the early adopters and all that. Then now link it to the job, link it to how it can even aid SMEs through the adoption of social media. We are not meant to just review theory. We are meant to critique theory. Just like most of the things we do in most of our local journals is we review literature. But in most of these corpus index journals, they don't expect you to review the literature. They expect you to critique literature. Ojo 2018 said this. Erigbe 2019 opined that. Then what is your own position? Most of the things we do locally is just to report literature. We don't critique literature. So the diffusion theory by Rogers tell us how it is relevant to your work. So I believe with that, your paper should be able to fly. Thank you. And let's take the non-contribution of our participants as being that they perfectly understand what you're saying and they are totally with you. So thank you for that presentation. So moderator, please, who is the second? Hello, moderator. Hello, moderator. Dr. Joe. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Who is the second? Yeah, who is the second, sir? The second number.
Is article author 9 ready now?
No, 009. Are you ready?
Otherwise,
009
we'll
unmute.
go to 15.
Is number 15 ready?
15 is ready. 18 is ready.
23
is ready.
Okay, number 11, please. Can you disconnect your slide?
Yes.
Can you unshare so that the next presenter can share?
Back in your slide.
So 15, are you ready? Okay, 15 is ready. Perfect.
15 is
so
ready.
15, 15, please share your slide. Share your slide, number 15, please. 11, please disconnect the slide. Or admin, please help us to override. Admin, please override. Or 11, disconnect so that 15 can share. Okay, 15, you can share now. 15, 11 has disconnected. You can share now.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to.
Okay, 15, are you David?
No, I am Ayo.
Okay. Okay.
I'm having...
Please, admin, kindly respond to David. He's trying to find out how he can share. Please respond to him so that he will prepare ahead.
I'm also trying to share, but if admin can share, that would be nice.
Okay, what device are you using?
I'm using a MacBook.
Okay,
laptop.
can you still share?
Yes,
Share.
I can see.
Click the share. But before you share, open the PowerPoint for your work.
Yes, I have. It's
open. Okay, then click share. Then you pick it. Click
All
share.
right, let me note this. Sorry. Share. I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing the PowerPoint.
No, I'm not seeing Zoom to share on Zoom. I'm seeing other stuff, but for some reason I'm not seeing Zoom.
Well, just check very well.
Yes, sir. Allow. Choose location. Today.
Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up.
It's coming up
now. It's up. Entrepreneurial innovation and edutech amidst COVID-19.
Oh, great.
It's up.
Oh, great.
So you can proceed, Ma. 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Ayo Ali Balogu, and I'm presenting this paper, Entrepreneurial Innovation and Edutech amidst COVID-19. The world, I think that's admin. Admin is in charge, not me. So
okay.
The next slide, please.
Admin, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay.
Yes, sir. No, not that one. There's one before that. That's the third slide. No, up.
That is the second slide.
Yes, the second slide. Yes, sir. So we all know the advent. No, the second slide, please. Yes. We all are familiar with COVID-19, its effects and everything. One thing this paper intends to do is to talk to the entrepreneur on innovation. And innovation really is determining a survival path for the business and the business owner. To do this, entrepreneurs must plug into business opportunities, especially new prospects occasioned by COVID-19. This, however, requires a perspective a shift in perspective, which is determined largely by one's attitude and opinion. Business innovation would require adjusting business plans and improvising in the enterprise. Next slide, please. I can't control it. Admin, next slide, please. Is this thing frozen?
Admin, next slide, please. Next slide.
Okay, so the world as we know it has changed, and with it comes the pandemic and its challenges. However, that's why the challenges posed by the pandemic, the world has continued to thrive, although at a slower pace than before. Since the world has not ceased to exist, despite the global challenges, it has become apparent that only the innovative shall come out strong. Next slide, please. So for the entrepreneur, it is therefore important that the entrepreneur think outside the box. Innovative thinking is very critical at this point, as it will determine if an enterprise will survive, be relevant, and make profit. For an already existing or new enterprise to survive amidst COVID-19, it must take cognizant note of the need of its client. That is very key. The peculiarities of the present times, social gathering restriction, no personal contact, and most importantly, the entrepreneur must project for the future. The next point is under thinking outside the box is ascertaining and analyzing your client's wants or needs. Now, to do that, you first look at your client. What does your client want? What is it that people have not done? What is it that you can do better? What is it that, okay, this is me, I'm trying to be creative. What can I do better? Yes, everybody is into logistics service, but how can I be a top notch better than them. That is the what. What can I do differently? The second one is how. How do I get this product or service across to the people? Am I going to rely on the pre-COVID-19 measures, which is personal contact, or am I going to rely on social media? No, sir. No, I'm still on the previous slide. Or am I going to rely, now we're talking about the how. How do I also get the clients, the consumers to believe in the product, to accept the product, and most importantly, to patronize the product? Another point on the ascertaining clients' needs or want is why. Why am I doing this? Why am I pursuing this line of business? Why am I thinking in this line of expansion? The why is going to be very, very needed, because at some point you may meet stumbling blocks, you may meet a wall. The why, if it's due to passion, if it's due to profits, those are the sustaining powers for you as an entrepreneur. That is what would determine, or one of the things that would determine how far you would go. Analyzing your client's needs or wants. We all know that amidst the COVID-19, there has been change in purchasing pattern, behavioral pattern, and the works. But however, I just took 3 points. I said, analyzing the client's needs or wants, we must understand the behavioral pattern of the client. How do we get to do this? Another point is understanding the purchasing power. We all know there's downturn in purchasing power across the globe, and also even the pattern. People who would readily buy stuff 2-3 times a week are now stretching it to as long as they can. Another thing is, out of all of this, you must understand the comfort culture of your client. It is also essential to state that focusing only on current demands of COVID-19 without projecting for future strategic projections will most definitely limit clients' experiences. Next slide. Thank you. The second point in this entrepreneurial innovation is to also review your value proposition pre, amid, and post COVID-19. Importantly, amidst COVID-19, it is crucial to evaluate an enterprise value proposition, as these may have changed with the turn of event. There are people who before COVID-19 had great strength in interpersonal relationship. They relied on that more than the social media, more than information technology, or even the use of their hands to build stuff more than technology. But we now can see that there's a need for a mental shift from doing things manually and to go digital. One of the questions I asked here is, what is your enterprise value proposition? Importantly, entrepreneurs must establish clearly and communicate their value proposition. This is largely subsumed in the culture prevailing in the organization. Organizational culture is a shared value and behavior established over time by management and passed on to the staff. The culture obtainable in an organization will determine manner staff would operate and deliver on the mandates of value proposition. Now, another question for the listener is your organization customer focused or is your organization profit focused? When we talk about customer focused approach, you're looking at the comfort and ensuring that your customer gets maximum satisfaction. As a matter of fact, the world is not relying on satisfactory anymore. The world is going customer amazement. However, if your projection is different, then that really is for you to figure out. In the lockdown period, we could see a lot of initiative popped up. Organizations tried to reach out and put a human face to things. You had telecommunication companies come to say, oh, we'll offer you 10 free SMS. You have banks, now saying that you can access loan quicker and easier than before. All these approaches are innovative ideas to draw the customers to the enterprise. The next slide, please.
1 minute more, please.
Yes, sir. So we talked about deploying management analysis tools. We talked about, can I go on to the next slide? This is really eating into my time. Importantly, an entrepreneur must have business plan and business model. Your business plan is what will determine how far you can go. Very key in all of this is communicating your business plan through your business model. Your business model is the value that you propose as an organization. Amidst COVID-19, people want to just know that, do you care for us? If you care for us, we'll come to you. We're saying also that to change your strategy, modify your business plan in writing, talk to your lenders if needed, inform stakeholders of what your new decisions are. Above all, execute your new plan. However, because any business that does not have business plan just remains idea on paper. Well, talking about education technology and its relevance, we cannot underestimate the power or the pool of information technology or technology, integrated technology, as it were. I'm looking at a place where the government would increase its relevance in policies as relates to technology, because the earlier people start to catch on to edutech, it would increase the ability of the people to be creative and innovative. Continual support from the government on technology education would also aid local industrialization and increase the GDP of the nation. That is it for now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Ayo Balogun. Please, do you have any contribution? Any contribution, question for the presenter, reaction?
I say something. Can I?
Yeah, Dr. Rigbe.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Ayo. That was a very brilliant presentation. To even say for someone who is not in the academics and you're able to deliver this much, we really appreciate you. And we know that we know the efforts that you put in it. I personally know the effort you put in this, and thank you very much for this presentation. It was wonderful. But however, I just want to ask, as an entrepreneur, you know, what are those things that you can use to ensure that you make or reduce the problems that we are facing in this world, this part of the world in entrepreneurship?
Right. Thank you. Should I go ahead now? Thank you very much.
Yes, you can.
Yes, very key to addressing entrepreneurial problems really is, first, you must understand your strength. You know, you look at the management analysis tools like SWOT tools or PESTEL tools. The SWOT talks about strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. Now, when you're reviewing your business plan, this would help you and guide you, you know, in determining what your strengths are. What are your strengths pre-COVID-19? A lot of people, a lot of us, one of them, was not big on, you know, ICT. That is social media presence. But now all of us are forced into doing that. You must also review it. Above all, after all this review, you must also communicate what you have come up with to the market. You must get over the fear of information or technology. Above all, there's a need for a mindset change. The mindset change is this: whether you rely on your business plan, which is to make profit, your business model must translate one thing, and that is love. You must make sure that your organization is customer focused, because if not, there are many people doing the same thing like you do. What sets you apart? Another thing is attitudinal reorientation. You agree with me that across board in our nation, Nigeria, and some parts of Africa, we need an attitudinal overhaul, especially in service delivery. That is what will curve the niche for you as an entrepreneur. Are you effective? Are you timely? Are you honest? Are you genuine? Are you customer focused? Those are the things that will make people say, oh, we are trooping to Dr. Eribe or to Ayo Alibalogun.
Wow. Thank you, Ayo Alibalogun.
Very much,
Do we have any other reaction, question? Okay, let me quickly say this. I wanted to even ask initially if Ayo is in the academics,
I
but
knew.
Dr. Ribas, she
No,
has
I'm not.
clarified that. Yes.
No,
And if you are not in the academics and you were able to come up with this, it is highly commendable. The presentation was great, and your PowerPoint also was outstanding. Unlike what we usually have, a lot of worded stuff. It was good. And we are doing our best to see how we can bridge the gap between the town and the gown. Most universities, my university, and I know MTU, they are doing it also. We usually allocate some courses to some industry people, some captains of industries and all that. And you see the impact on the students. Because while we do more of theoretical teaching, we teach based on what we read in textbooks. These people will teach based on their practical experiences, which is very, very good. But Ayobalogun, you've been able to do one part of the job. You have succeeded in presenting very well, and your paper is highly valuable in this conference. But another aspect is, how do you get this paper published? Because the way your paper is, it does not really look like an academic paper. It looks more like a policy paper, like a position paper, which is good. We also use it in academics. So the only thing you just have to do is entrepreneurial innovation and edutech amidst COVID-19. That is your interest. So you will have to take it a step further. I know Dr. Ribe and Dr. Joe will communicate to us on when they are expecting our corrected version. They will give us some weeks to correct our papers based on the comments of our participants. So I know they will give us up to 4 weeks, at least a month. So you cannot take your time and make this paper a little bit empirical. That is not to say that high-index journals don't publish position paper. They do, but the chances of you getting selected is very, very slim. So your topic is straightforward, and you know what you are doing. You understand the research you carried out. You understand it, you know it. You even have practical experience from the way you sounded. Now you have two very important variables. Now we are looking at entrepreneurial innovation, which is a variable that can be multidimensional, because we have a lot of things under innovation. You can talk about the process innovation, product innovation, market innovation, even business model innovation. Then you have another area, edutech. So now you cannot twist or adjust your work to suit how entrepreneurial innovation can impact the survival, the performance, or the competitiveness of edu firms, that is edutech firms in Nigeria, especially considering COVID-19 era. So by so doing, what do you need? You just need to come up with a questionnaire, look for some people in edu-related businesses to administer this questionnaire on. I believe Dr. Ribe will be available to help out. And I think you can do this within a month, since you've done the literature review and all that. And with that, papers like this will interest any editor, sincerely.
Thank you.
So do we have any other contribution before we move to the third presenter? So Ayo Balogun, do you have anything to tell us, your parting shots?
I just want to say thank you very much for taking me as I am. I'm very very naive in the academia. Dr. Pat knows my passion. I would really love to have a PhD in organizational development. And that was why she said, do this. And I remember when I sent a write-up to her, she said, good job, but we'll have to flesh it up. Don't worry, I'll supervise you. I can't think, she's my big sister, and I just can't thank her enough. We need more people who would pull people out of their shells to give the best that they can. What I do is I do human development training. I just know how to talk to management staff, on, behavioral issues and all. But I mean, when the first speaker started talking, I knew Ayo and deep soup. This is a thesis, not just a training or a model presentation. So I just want to say thank you very much to Dr. Ribe and also the staff and even the participants for bearing and tolerating and enjoying my slides. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ribe, for that mentorship. We are aware that MTU will commence their postgraduate program anytime from now. So Ayo, sincerely, you can still back your PhD anytime, any day. You have the what we call doctoral stuff. You have the characteristics of any successful PhD holder. So nothing is stopping you. Just make up your mind. And we have a lot of schools that will give you a flexible program, Backup, Covenant, and all that. N2 is coming aboard by next year. So nothing is stopping you. And once more, thank you, Dr. Rigbe. We need more of mentorship. We need more people like Ayo to bring in their industry experience to academics. It will help our students. Rather than these theoretical jargons that we teach them, people will see people that will bring in their practical experience. It's a very good one. So who is number 3? Moderator, please, number 3. Dr. John? Dr. John, please, which number 3?
I think I think that should be Dr. Shodia.
Yep. Shodia. The number, please.
Dr. Shodia, I think he's ready.
Yeah, that is 023.
Okay, please share your slide. Proceed, please. Share your slide.
Okay.
Is up.
Is it up?
Yes, the slide is up.
It's up.
Okay. I'm not seeing it from my end here.
No, it's up. You can proceed, sir.
Okay. I'm not, where is it? I'm not seeing anything here. I'm not seeing anything from this end.
Are you on your Zoom or on your system?
No, on Zoom.
No.
It's up.
Dr. Via, you have shared the slide successfully. What you need to do is you just need to flip between your window tab on the taskbar and look for, the PowerPoints on the taskbar where you have the time and the date. You will see PowerPoint, then from there you can continue.
Okay. Sorry. What in these things?
Can you make use of this shortcut key? You hold down Alt key and you press tab. It will be flipping from one screen to the other. Can you do that? You hold down alternate key and you press tab to be flipped. Yes. Press tab gradually, one by one. It will be going from one screen to the other. So you get to PowerPoint, then you stop.
Oh.
Is it working?
Oh. Oh. Oh, shh. What's all this? Oh.
Makinde.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Makinde.
Yes, I'm with you.
Can you
Pastor?
control, take charge of his slide of his slide from?
Okay. I think I'm on now.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Yeah. Isikashodia is my name. I'm presenting a paper that is titled The Entrepreneur of Waste to Wealth, Utilization of Polyethylene Terephthalate Bottles in Material Science. Before now, several decades ago, what we were used to is glass bottles that are being used in packaging soft drinks, packaging any kind of drugs. But later on, we see the incoming of plastic bottles that took much of the center stage in the society. And as a result of this, these plastic bottles are not well managed in terms of in terms of evacuation from the bins or from the streets or from where they have been littered. And that is what actually took us to a situation where we have a lot of these bottles on landfills. Unfortunately, these plastic bottles, they are not degradable. That is, they are not the type that can decompose, and as a result poses an environmental threat. So we can have this is a look of what of landfills where we have plastics and other kind of containers. Also, then we have it also in drainage. This figure 2, we have it where these PET bottles blocking drainages, gutters in Nigeria here. Then at the same time, during COVID-19, we have a situation where a lot of these were generated. Why? Because we were asked, that is, human beings were restricted in moving here and there in order to prevent the spread of the virus, that's COVID-19. So as a result of this, when we go out to buy food, though it is being dished in these takeaway materials, and when they were dished in it, we don't sit down there. We have to go home, take it to our home, and then take the food. There are situations where we are asked to stay at home and eat and work. So when you stay at home to work, so you go out, you buy whatever you want to buy, and then you eat at home. As a result of this, there is a lot of rise in these PET materials, plastic materials accumulating, and at the same time, due to that COVID-19, a lot of workers are not going out to work. So waste disposal, those that are supposed to evacuate our bins, they are not actually coming out to evacuate them, and that is why we have our bins being overflown. So we have overflowed bins everywhere, and this is also a threat. It's also a threat to lives. But why do we have all these increase in these plastic bottles? At the beginning, some government authorities were saying that PET should be used as a one straight way. That is to say, when the virgin material is being used to produce, so you don't reuse. So, and we found out that a lot of them are on the streets, they are constituting environmental nuisance. And therefore, we now look at what are the strategies. Government look at the strategies by which this can be prevented. And that brings about the 3 R's, that is the reduce, the reduce, and the recycle. And there is no way that we will bring in these 3 R's, that is the reuse, the reduce, and the recycle without entrepreneurial aspect of it. And what is that entrepreneur of waste conversion to wealth? When we have a situation where we need to recover what we have used before and we want to convert it to valuable materials, that is a case of plastic bottles. When we take it, we have to hire somebody that will take it for us, and at the same time, most of what has been collected are junked together. We also ask somebody, we also engage people to sort it out. So all these are part of the entrepreneur is already setting in there, because that is actually bringing in one thing or the other into the cover of someone. So now, what are the stages by which this processing? I'm now narrow it down to waste bottles, that is waste PET bottles. So what's after collecting all these bottles, either from the parks or from the homes, what we do, and there are 2 situations that used to occur. And one is that some of these PET bottles or plastic containers, as we commonly call it, are cleaned by some people, the local people. They will just clean it. After cleaning, they reuse. They either use it to contain their liquid materials like kunu or sobo, or so many things like that, that they will use it to package and sell to people at motor parks or thereabout. Another way is taking those bottles and then reprocess them. That is, they will they will have to pass through some kind of process instead of using them straightforward. What this is when they are taking, this is figure 4.A is just that PET bottles, the waste. When taking, the next thing to do is just to remove the rings and the caps. After removing the rings and the cap, then we will need to allow it to go into a machine, that is the processing machine. There are various kinds of machines. Some machines, when you take in your bottles, just remove the caps and rings. Even if it is dirty, certain aspect of it will be washed. It will be washed. After washing, it will be shredded into flakes. So after shredding into flakes, this is when the machine, figure 5A is the in process of the PET bottles when being loaded into the equipment. That is the machine that will do the processing. And figure 5B is what comes out of the equipment. So, and after it has been received as flakes, there are almost 3 or 5 or 8 ways, by 8 materials or commodities by which these shredded PET bottles of
1 minute more, sir.
PET flakes
1 minute more, sir.
can be converted into, that is the 8, that is the footwear, the tools, the carpets, fences, electronic gadgets, children play sets, soccer uniforms, and so many of these things are the commodities that this can be converted to. At the end of it all, we will see that this PET bottles conversion to wealth can be in a small scale or in a large scale. The small scale is hiring people to do a washing, hiring them to sort. The large scale aspect of it is the processing, which is also actually, in both cases, it's associated with entrepreneur. There is need to put in some money, and then at the same time, something will come out. And also, what you will get out of it is a function of the capacity, of the financial capacity that goes into it, and that dictates the profit that comes out of it. Also, the entrepreneur, this entrepreneur facility, that is the kind of business that I am talking about right now. That is the management. It's not only the management of waste for conducive atmosphere, but also the gains accrued by individuals that venture into it, which is a cardinal. That is, this process or this business is a cardinal of sustainable development goals of the United Nations. Right now, in the quest of Mountaintop University to reposition the environmental decadence into self-reliance, this research group that is working on these PET reforms are now in talk with PET recovery company. There is a company called PET Recovery Limited that has all that it takes to be a technical partner that can drive home the dream of the university. This company is one of the few corporate organizations that explore entrepreneurial opportunity for providing a great, efficient, and effective waste in recycling plastic, in recycling nylon, and also recovering plastics waste. Thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Shodia. Your paper is a practical one. And I believe so many journals, especially journals that we have in technological related area, will be highly interested in this paper. Thank you so much. So do we have any contribution, reaction, question for the presenter? Any contribution? Please, we we all just to do our best in adding value to papers. The essence of conference participation is to make papers better. Your contribution will definitely add value to the manuscript. So any contribution? Okay. Dr. Shodia, it seems our people perfectly understood your presentation. But let's now come back to academics.
Okay.
Though what you presented is purely academics.
Yes.
And for those of us in management sciences, what you presented might be a little bit alien to us. It is not our style. But those people in technological area, engineering, technology, and all that, even polytechnic, they will value what you've presented. But since the Scopus Index journal is a journal that has something related to management, so let's see how we can situate your work within the scope of the journal. Your presentation is perfectly okay. We have two phases now. One is presentation for the conference. That is what you've done, and we are cool with it. It's a very good one. Then the second aspect is post-conference presentation. How do we get this paper published in the Scopus Index journal that has accepted to publish some of the papers that will be presented during the course of this conference? So that is where we're looking at now. Dr. Iribe equally informed me that MTU Journal of Entrepreneurship and Sustainable Development will equally publish some papers. But now, this work, is there a way we can make it to suit our management scope? And Dr. Shodia, please, let's get your reaction.
I will try to see how that can be done. Actually, I've tried my best possible not to make it that technical. If you look at the way I've presented, I've not mentioned what leads to the formation of PET. That is the polyethylene terephthalate. The materials, that is the reactions that occurs, the reactant and the product which comes to be the PET. I didn't talk about that. I only mentioned the only technical or the scientific term that I've mentioned there is polyethylene terephthalate. That is the PET. People know that PET. I only mentioned the meaning of that PET. All that I was doing is just to talk about how these PET waste are taken from the streets, from the blockage of the drainage, from the waste bin, how it becomes it generates money when we collect it. If it is being junked with other things, we have to do sorting. Somebody will get means from sorting, and after sorting, we can. I talk about some people. They will just remove when they get the PET or the plastic bottles. They will just wash it and they will use it to sell kunu or sobo or this. But about that, it can be used. So we can take it to some machines that can process it further, which can shred it to flakes, and this flakes can be used bags and so many other things. So I did not talk. I don't think but I will still try to look, just as we have talked, I will still try to look, I can still modify it towards the management look. I don't know. I will try to still. And people like Mrs. Eribe will help me out.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shodia. I believe Dr. Joe and Dr. Eribe they will assist where necessary. But truly, the topic is a very good one. And this work will definitely lead to the reduction in unemployment. That is another dimension.
Yes, sir.
So it's a good one. So let's take the fourth presenter.
Investment, entrepreneurship, and global.
Dr. Joe, please, who is the fourth presenter? Dr. Shodia, please, you can disconnect your slide.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Dr. Joe, please, who is the fourth presenter? Dr. Eribe.
Yeah, Dr. Eze, thank you. I don't know, Dr. just stepped out, and the
Okay.
secretary is not around. So I don't know. Is anybody still left that has not presented?
So many.
Okay. That's for today's one. Dr.
We still have
Eze.
so many, sir.
18.
Ma, we have
18.
so many. We have 18.
081.
Is 081 already?
018 rather.
Sorry.
018.
018, are you ready? 018, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please, can you share your slide?
All right, sir.
Share your slide, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
On behalf of Professor Roslyn Oluitan, my name is Babajide D.A. I'm presenting a paper on academic enterprises, entrepreneurship for corporate innovation for enhanced profitability.
Hello, sir. Sir, please, your slide is not up yet.
It's up.
Can you share your slide?
I've shared it.
It's not up yet. Can you see it from your end?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
Is it up now?
Yes, it's up now. It's up now.
All right. As I was saying, I'm presenting on behalf of Professor Roslyn Oluitan of Lagos State University. My name is D.A. Babajide from Yabatech. We, as the last speaker has been saying, we have been talking about entrepreneurship and the need for the society. There's no me emphasizing on it anymore, because we all know the roles of enterprises, entrepreneurship in a Nigerian society. That is in terms of economic development, providing jobs and needed goods and services in the environment. Also, we know that university, as it is a center for learning, where ideas are shared, technological and every other thing, where innovations are built to be used in the society. That is taking idea from the university community to be practiced to the corporate organization and practices and see the outcome. But the problem we have, as the chairman has been saying, is the idea of commercializing or practicalizing the theories that is taught in the university environment in corporate world, in providing the needed goods and services for the society. My paper is set out to evaluate the reason or the impact of entrepreneurial skill acquired in university in the corporate society. I set out by setting the main objective to be to examine the effect of leverage on academic enterprises, entrepreneurship, by corporate innovation for enhanced profitability. Specifically, I wanted to find out if this has enabled the corporate organization to enhance their profitability and to ensure survival in turbulent business environment. And my research hypothesis is academic entrepreneurship does not have significant impact on corporate organization performance. In quote, using profitability as index. This paper set out to really find out if what is learned in the university environment has really helped in building innovation in corporate world. And then conceptually, I set out to look at it that organization profitability is depending on acquired innovation and entrepreneurial skills from university. And this skills was identified as, this skill was represented by the structure of the board. Because I'm looking at it that whatever those board members that compose the board of every manufacturing sector are graduates. They have acquired entrepreneurial skill from one university or the other, which they take to the corporate world to in form of ideas and strategy design for survival and to make profit. Using moderating variables like the firm size, the leverages and the years of establishment on return on assets as a measure of performance or as a measure of profitability, and also use it to BQ as a survival strategy available to the organization. Models were set, two models were set, whereby I use a return on assets and to BQ as performance index. On the board size, the board of directors is dependent, and then the meeting, how many hours of meeting were they having, and then the moderating with the firm size, and then the leverage and the year of existence or establishment of such organization. Analysis were carried out using fixed effect regression analysis. It was discovered that entrepreneurial skill acquired in universities has really helped this board member to make decisive decisions all over. And it has ensured that the organization keep on existing, even in this turbulent time, even within this dynamic business environment that keep on changing every day. And it has been able to generate more profits for them, enhance their profitability. Therefore, I'm recommending, just in line with what the chairman is saying, that faculties should be able to create a corporate organization that can hold its own under empowerment within the university system. Thank God for the last speaker, he is talking about PET reform. Now, we are saying that what the faculties are teaching can be practicalized in form of one business or the other if the needed finance can be provided so that they can give practical experience to the students under their mentorship. Also, I am recommending that higher institution of learning should give faculty members opportunities to fraternize with the corporate world, where they flow to the corporate world, either leave of absence or on sabbatical, either for 1 year to serve in one organization board or the other, and then giving the corporate world or the board member opportunity to come into the academic world to mentors of students, to actually show them that what they are learning is not only theoretical, but it can be practicalized. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very good presentation. And our regards to Prof. Please, do we have any contribution, reaction from our esteemed participants? Maybe our participants are looking at it from the perspective that since we have so many papers to consider today, that probably we should estate things up. Maybe that is that might be the thought line. Okay, there is one here, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Let me quickly say this. Your paper is very, very good. It's very good and it's necessary. And your recommendation particularly is highly relevant for Nigeria of today, considering the fact that almost all the institutions in Nigeria are underfunded. There is hardly any tertiary institution in Nigeria that has the kind of resources they need. So as a result, it calls for ingenuity. How can we generate more money within? How can we attract more grants? How can we do some kind of businesses with some business entities in order to generate more revenue? So the recommendation is good. But during the course of your presentation, you are kind of confused two relevant concepts. One is academic entrepreneurship. The second one is entrepreneurship education. These two concepts are not the same thing.
Yes.
Why entrepreneurship education is looking at how we can better educate our students to be better entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Academic entrepreneurship is talking about a university, a polytechnic, a college of education going into businesses, a university setting up a business entity, a university becoming a corporate entrepreneur, a university coming up with a venture in order to generate money or probably add value to the society. And that are adduced to the fact that most universities now have consults where they produce sachet water, bottled water, bread, and all that. So the academic entrepreneurship does not have much to do with the students. It is the entrepreneurial education, entrepreneurship education that has a whole lot to do with the students. The academic entrepreneurship has more to do with the academics themselves. As a faculty, like what Dr. Shodia presented the last time. Yes. How can we use that is paper? I'll forward a call for grant to Dr. Ojo or Dr. Erigbe so that they can forward it to him. How can we use that his work to win a grant? If you go to Sweden, go to other countries, you see people obtaining grant of millions of dollars from works like that. Because we have a serious challenge in Lagos. We have a serious challenge in Nigeria. Waste is our problem. And this man is coming up with a solution that will solve our waste problem. Not just solving the waste problem. He's not telling us that this waste will be converted to wealth. Meaning from this waste, we can reduce the rate of unemployment. Meaning from this waste, our youths that are protesting here and there because of joblessness, we stop protesting because they are gainfully employed. That is what he's telling us. So that is academic entrepreneurship. Yes. So for the purpose of your presentation is very good. Like we said earlier on, it's two-phase. The conference presentation is perfect. But the next phase is how do you get this paper published in the Scopus Index Journal or our NTU local journal? Because almost all the papers that will be presented today and tomorrow will be published there once you perfect the necessary correction. So these are in your conceptual clarification, you have to conceptualize academic entrepreneurship. What does it mean? What does it cover? It has little to do with the students. So please just take note of those little things. But it was a good presentation. And another thing is your PowerPoint is too worded. That's another thing you have to avoid. And that is one of the things we have to learn from our friends from the industry. If you see what Ayo presented, you see very pictorial stuff. Yes. In my school, we have a former bank MD as a lecturer. Whenever the guy lecture, I envy him. And because of that guy, I'm not encouraging a lot of my friends in industry to come to academics. Though the money is small compared to what they are earning over there. But we need them. Yes. So thank you for your work. Please, do we have any other contribution?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Proceed,
Hello,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Hello, we can hear you clearly,
yes,
sir.
Okay, I want to. Okay. I want to thank. His paper because the topic in the program I was looking at case study of manufacturing companies in Lagos, Nigeria.
Yes.
Dr. Logududu, we are having serious network challenge from your end. We don't know if you can change your direction. Oh, Dr. Logududu is no longer with us. So do we have any other contribution? Any other contribution? Okay, let's take the fifth presenter. So, Asa, we'll get Dr. Logududu's contribution and forward it to you.
All
through
right,
Dr. Ojo or Dr. Rigbe. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you, sir.
The fifth presenter, please. Dr. Rigbe, Dr. Ojo, who is presenter number 5? Okay, let's check the chat corner.
I'm ready.
Please,
number 2, number 7.
Okay, number 2. Number
yes,
2.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah, number 2. Please share your slide, please. Start with
okay,
number
sir.
2.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'm sharing it now.
09, please get ready. After number 2 and number 7, you will be the next. So number 2, we are waiting for your slide, sir.
Okay, sir.
It's up. It's up. Thank you, sir. You can proceed, sir.
It's not this one.
It's up.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me?
Clearly, sir.
Yeah,
Clearly,
good afternoon. Okay, that's good. That's good. My name is Igudaro Henry from the National Institute of Construction Technology, Urumi, Edo State. I am presenting with my co-author engineer, Franz Akojeje from the same institution. We are looking at entrepreneurship and technological innovation adaptation in relation to the Nigeria political economic sustainability in the post-COVID-19 era. If you look at it, the present global political economy crisis and governance challenges is due to the incidence of the COVID-19. We discovered that before and just after Nigeria independence, agriculture contributed, or rather was contributing more than 70% to Nigeria GDP. Coupled with crude oil discovery and its exports, as at that time, discovered that our economy was relatively stable. Then we had low unemployment, low poverty, and of course, conducive socioeconomic environment that was good for entrepreneurial activities to thrive. Nigeria political economic crisis actually began from the different oil boom Nigeria had in different times of Nigeria political economic history. And of course, if you look at that time, it brought a lot of challenges. It brought a lot of challenges to Nigeria, especially those in the political class, where we had wasteful importation, wasteful spending, corruption, and of course, as at that time, the agricultural sector was neglected. Because before then, the agricultural sector was the mainstay of the Nigeria. Increased the income gotten by Nigeria government by discovered that now had other challenges like illicit and unwanted socioeconomic and political behaviors in Nigeria. As at that time, Nigeria political economy became more deepened when we now had COVID-19. Our political economy became more deepened because of this COVID-19, and of course, we now had outrageous poverty, unemployment, insecurity, among others. It is against this background that we the author, we are looking at entrepreneurship and technological innovation adaptation as means of sustaining the Nigerian political economy in the post-COVID-19 era. We're looking at, we have some definition terms: technology, innovation, governance, political economy, entrepreneurship, sustainability, and others. Then now, let's look at the factors that are actually impeding technological innovation adaptation in Nigeria. From time immemorial, technological innovation is very veritable, very germane, very important for the socio-economic and political development of any society. But in Nigeria, we discover that it is being impeded by several factors. We have one, Nigeria excessively depend on imported technology. We will see that reflects in the situation where most of the technological projects that are done in Nigeria preferred foreign, they prefer expatriates. And those are where Nigerian technology is being missed out. We also have poor patronage given to Nigerian local technology, a situation where we prefer goods that are produced, that are imported, than those that are produced in Nigeria. We also have poor human capacity building in Nigeria, a situation where those that have technological skill are never built upon. Again, we have infrastructural decadence. We have poor roads, poor electricity, so on and so forth. We also have government policy instability and inconsistency. A situation where we discover that a policy being made by a particular government in order to drive for technological pursuit. When another government comes out, they cancel that policy and look for another one. So it's discovered that it becomes a problem. They also have inadequate synergy between industries and research houses, institutes. That inadequacy is discovered that in that instances, that are being brought by research institutes are not equal to our technological innovation in Nigeria. The most technological institutions, in Nigeria are not properly funded by the different governments we have in Nigeria. They also have high level of corruption. Corruption has actually brought down the drive for technology and innovation to actually move up in Nigeria. Because of corruption, the things that are supposed to be made are what? Are delayed. They'll have operations of research institutes. They'll have extension of unwarranted of unwritten technology. Then let's go to factors. Let's look at the factors that inhibit the growth of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Nigeria entrepreneurship drive cannot go up because of several other factors. One, we have Luddite attitude and the social system. Nigerian entrepreneurs, they are used to the local way of production, to the traditional way of production, instead of being innovative, being creative. And that actually tends to drop down the innovative mind for Nigeria to move up. They will have small size of the market. Nigerian market, the product have little markets. If you look at our product, it is not easy because most of our products don't have good market to sell. For example, in the inter areas, it's difficult. We have bad roads. Even in the Northeast, it is difficult for goods to go down to that area. So we now have small size of the goods we produce in the Nigerian market. Then we have the problem of insecurity, weak institutions, and administrative factors. If you look at all these, we now have double taxations. We have double taxations in a situation which now increase the cost of doing business in Nigeria. And of course, it killed the zeal for people to go into entrepreneurship activities. They have lack of persons with attitude for entrepreneurship. In these instances, you discover that Nigerians, all of us need white-collar job. Nobody want to go into entrepreneurial activities. Nobody want to be self-employed, except all of us want to be in white-collar job. They will have problem in technological transfer. Technology that are brought for foreign countries are being hidden. If you look at, there are some big multinational companies in Nigeria, the techniques that are used in the production of certain goods are being hidden. So it becomes a problem for our entrepreneur to move up in Nigeria. And again, we have inadequate patronage given to commodities manufactured locally. Even the government is guilty in this, in the situation where goods manufactured in Nigeria are hardly consumed by those in the political class. We have high level of corruption, lack of infrastructural decay, in a situation where we discover that poor power supply becomes a problem for entrepreneurial activities to actually drive in Nigeria. Now, let's look at how technological innovation can help to attain sustainable political economy, and how entrepreneurship, innovation, and growth can also lead to what? To attain sustainable political economy. In this work, we actually look at cyclical process. Technological innovation adaptation undergoes the following cyclic process. We have stage one. What is that in stage one? Stage one is where, for a country to grow technologically, it has to borrow. There should be transfer of technology from developed and advanced country. That is the stage one. Then stage two, that technology that is being transferred, imported from foreign countries, domiciled in a host country like Nigeria, we are supposed to improve on it. Then this stage three, we are supposed to become adaptive to it. That's redesign that technology so that it cannot be fit into Nigeria system. Then finally, we have technological advancements. You see, this cycle process actually was used by, this cycle process could be seen in the chart below from the screen. It was used by America, that from Great Britain. It was even used by Japan, that copied from American onward system. Then let us go forward now. What are then the things? What are the things that could make our entrepreneurship to grow? What are the things that can lead to entrepreneurship, innovation, and growth in Nigeria? We can guide that through the following: strengthening administrative institutions. When these are done, double taxation, things that result to high costs, the cost of doing businesses become a thing of the past. Then two, the size of Nigeria market, of its market should be widened up. How can this be done? Our goods should be well produced so that it can match with those that are produced in developed countries. When goods are produced that can fit into developed countries, they could be exported, and for that instance, it now becomes a situation where the market where Nigeria goods could be what? Widened up, and more roads should be built. Then import substitution should be more straightened, and in pension with what? With local complementary policy. A situation where the goods we imported, we are supposed to manufacture short goods in Nigeria, and if those are manufactured, it means that it can stop importation of such goods. They will have provision of infrastructure facilities. When these are
1 minute more, sir.
roads, pipe water, the cost of okay, I hear you, sir. The cost of doing business will not reduced. When all these are done, what are then the benefits of entrepreneurship and technological innovation adaptation to achieving Nigeria political economy in the post-COVID-19 era? When all these are done, we now realize the following: one, it will help in the provision of employment opportunities. It will increase the population standard of living, because when more roads are built, because we are now doing it ourselves, instead of allowing experts to come and do them for us, automatically the standard of living of Nigerians will be improved upon. They will have high human capacity building. When all these are done, we now have it now promote good governance. We can have self-reliance in technical pursuits. It can serve opportunity for innovation, modernization, and technical competitiveness. It also helps to digitalize every facet of Nigerian economy, because when we have grown up technologically, it means that all the things that are done manually will now be digitalized. Then finally, it will provide and attain full security in the Nigerian economy. Then in conclusion, we have actually the paper examined the issues and challenges bedeviling entrepreneurship and technological innovation adaptation in the country, and has been able to provide solution on how the government can rejig them to serve as proposed national development building model needed to endeavor to bring about sustainable political economic development. It is the belief of we, the author, that if the model proposed in this research and conferences is firmly and religiously followed, it means that Nigeria political economy will be well positioned in the post-COVID-19 era. We have some references. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, do you have any contribution, question, reaction? Any contribution, question, reaction? Okay, we still have so many papers to consider today. Our dear presenters, please, your PowerPoint is two-worded. I don't know if you took note of that. And number two, please, I would like to know your department.
Department of Electrical Electronics and Political Science, Social Sciences in the National Institute of Construction Technology, UROMI.
Wow. Okay. One of the author is in engineering, while the other one is in post science.
Yes.
Wow. 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 Dr. Rigba, Dr. Joe, we must commend the entire MTUI's team. You people have done a very good job. There is nothing as good as having people across the nation. Even we have some people outside Nigeria. And the fact that we have an author from engineering, the one from post science, that is the kind of collaboration we're looking at. Interdisciplinary collaboration. Somebody from medicine doing the work with somebody from human resources. Somebody from post science doing the work with somebody from engineering. And you can actually see the blend of the two. You will see the post science in the work. You will see the engineering in the work also. So our dear presenters, we have to commend the two of you. You've done a good job. I believe Dr. Ojo and Dr. Ribe will get in touch with you. Let's see how we can make this paper look more better. The way it is, it can be published. Even management journal publish engineering related papers. Because what you are telling us is that how are we going to use technological innovation to fund our budget? That is the simple definition of your work. How can we finance our political system, our economic system? How can we finance Nigeria using entrepreneurship and technological innovation? That is what your study is all about, which is very, very relevant. So we must commend you. Dr. Ojo and Dr. Ribe will get in touch with you to see how we can put finishing touches to the work. It's a very good job. Congrats. But please, subsequently, try to have the PowerPoint that are very brief. It's PowerPoint, it's not PowerWord, just some very few points.
Okay.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you
Then
very much.
007.
Dr. Eze, you said it all. We really want to commend the presenters. They tried so much. Thank you for your collaboration.
Wow, thank you.
Hello, sir. Can we share the next paper now?
Oh, 07, are you ready?
Hello, sir.
Hello, 07, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay,
Should
please.
I share it?
Yes, please, please.
Okay.
Oh, Kogi, Mr. Kogi should get ready, please. After 07, Mr. Kogi, please get ready. Oh, 07, we are waiting for your slide.
Okay, sir, I'm coming. Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Franz Akbojeje. My name is Franz Akbojeje, and my co-author is Kingsley Tano. We are here to present a manuscript titled Indigenous Technology Revolution as a Panacea to Post-COVID-19 Economic Recession in Nigeria. As we all know, presently, the impending economic woes that is roving all over the country as of today call for a serious concern. And if this economic woe is going to be stopped, technological revolution is considered as one of the key driving force and its development. According to Onipede 2010, it said engineering and technology are generally regarded as catalysts, which for national development, because they offer, among other things, the necessary support for change in all major sectors for the economy. But recent time, claims and counterclaim has been given in order to pull or to drive the country out of the current economic woes. The current economic woes facing Nigeria today, if it's not drastically action is taken, it will lead to economic recession. Hence, economic recession is a word which any nation is not want to be associated with, because if not properly managed, will lead to depression and frustration. According to the current Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed said currently Nigeria economy is driving into recession due or occasioned by the COVID-19. Hence, in the view of struggle by the handlers or the manager of the economy, finding a better way to pull out the economy, technology revolution is seen as a panacea to this economic recession. Hence, the need for us to study and evaluate the subject matter. The economic recession. What is economic recession? Economic recession is a period in which there is a drop in the economic activities that lead to, that characterized with unemployment, drop in income, profit to individual, and value and bankruptcy that happen. And that is what we are facing as of today. High rate of inflation. These are the indices of economic recession. And this impact, one of the impact of economic recession is unemployment. Recently, we find out that a lot of companies are beginning to lay off, like the American University, Yola, even the NNPC, the refinery lay off some staff recently. These are indices of economic recession. And what are the indicators of economic recession? High inflation, accumulation of debt presented by the President Muhammadu Buhari, 35.something trillion, which is 40% of the budget percent. The government is telling us that is the oil drop. Oil only contributes 15% of our GDP, What about the 85%? Why are we falling to recession? So the fall in aggregate demand, mass unemployment, these are the indicators of economy recession. Causes of economy recession: crash of stock. When stock is crashed, you see investor pulling out their investment, thereby bully the economy to recession. Poor management. What are poor management? Poor management of the economy. When the economy handlers cannot handle it very well and keep savings and keep up borrowing, they cannot balance between savings and loans, lead to economic recession. Loss of confidence in investment and economy. When people have lost confidence in the economy, they can no longer invest in that economy. That also leads to economic recession. Falling of house price and sales. When this economy is in a recession, people begin to lose liquidity. There begin a loss of liquidity. Then poor economic planning. We have high rates, inflation rates. For us to look at high inflation rates today, what we did, we took some sample from 2015 to 2020. Some common consumer rates. We see tomatoes, pepper, gari, foreign rice, local rice, beans. You will not see that from your graph. You see that they are increasing astronomically from 2015 to 2020. You see the rise in the graph, showing that there is high inflation rate in the common consumer commodity, the common consumer commodity. Then we also see high interest rates, as we see today, high taxation, policy conflation. You see, as of today, you see high interest rate and high tax rate together upon the masses. Upon this, impoverish the economy. The impact of economy. One of the impact of economy is laying off of staff. That is what we are seeing today. According to Opoyemi 2008, he said the symptom that is observed in a looming economy are cases of unemployment, retrenchment, downsizing, layoff, which serve as an indicator to a troubled economy, which we are seeing today. It is even worse off when individuals have nowhere to turn to except indulging in misconduct and society condemn activities such as militancy, which we are experiencing today, armed robbery, advanced field fraud, ritual practices for fetish money we are seeing today, among other things. And our leaders sit almost helpless. The situation of Nigeria as a country today. The contemporary state of indigenous technology in Nigeria. As we can see today, the indigenous technology in Nigeria is at the poor state. Africa contributes only 2% of total industrial output to the world market as of today. According to our budget in 2017, he said Nigeria is a consuming nation, not a producing. We cannot do the following thing: unable to produce our own military hardware to defend ourselves. It depends on other countries for supply of spare parts for industry, which is occasioned by the COVID-19. We see medical equipment in short supply, unable to explore and export our natural resources except with help of expatriates. It cannot produce goods, capital goods such as tractor, lathe, machine, except the import, which we are witnessing today. Export raw material to other nations against finished products, which we are witnessing today. It means Nigeria is technologically backward as of today. What is technology revolution? Technology revolution is the replacement of a technology with a better technology. According to Bostrom 2006, technology revolution is defined as a dramatic change brought about relatively by introduction of some new technology. Technology revolution is seen as the greatest force for change in history. It is regarded as a catalyst or sickle in driving and pulling an economy from recession. Therefore, there is a correlation between the technological revolution and the standard of economy in the country.
1 minute more, sir.
Thank you, sir. There are some suggested ways which technology can use to reduce economic recession. One of them, technical orientation policy. The government today should promulgate social and economic policies that are technical oriented, commercialization of research and development, adequate funding of research and development as we see today. There is no funding of research and development in institutions. Then agricultural technology. Then when there is revolution in technology, digital technology, and we mix it with agriculture, we see the adaptive method of farming will now be improved. Information, communication, ICT, waste management. Waste management is another area the government can explain when we introduce our digital technology and modelize them and recycle waste management. We can use it to produce power, produce energy for people to consume as of today. And we have millions of waste in Nigeria. Then we have manufacturing sector, enhancing the manufacturing sector. As today, Nigeria depends on the imported goods. As far to toothpick, Nigeria spent $18 million per year in toothpick, importing toothpick. Common toothpick is a shame. Transportation technology area, where we work on this area, government should increase her expenditure on technical skill acquisition. Recently, we find out that a primary school student at a secondary school produce a payloader, and the government will not recognize that. But we are spending billions of naira or BB Naija or whatever they call it. But that student will waste away with that knowledge, and which is not good for Nigeria. Reduction of tax rate on manufacturing sector. Then recommendations. There are some recommendations we put forward. The support for commercial technology should be provided, strengthening commercial research and development of institutions, strengthening capacity building of science and technology, adequate funding of research and development of technical institutions. That is very paramount. Strengthening education system with adequate funding. And there should also be a relationship between the industry and the institution. The research of the lecturer should not waste away in the lecturer shelf, while there should be synergy between industry and the academic institution. Conclusion. Having explained the effect and impact of technological revenue vis-a-vis the economic researcher and post-COVID-19 era, you will agree with me that the recent economic data in Nigeria, in the world, during COVID is having negative effect on engagement level. And this is something every business, both public and private, should be concerned with. Pulling an economy out of recession on new technology of goods and services render. The dependency of Nigeria economy on foreign economy must change. And this change in narrative will be through appropriate and also will translate to economic boom in this country. Dealing with indigenous technology revolution that will simulate economic development and raise standard of living of the citizen. All hands must be on deck. These are some of the references. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a wonderful presentation. Did you co-author the work with your friend in post science also? Hello, sir.
No, we are two engineers that did it. Different
two engineers.
I'm
wow.
hearing you, sir. I say we are two engineers that work on the work.
That is good. That is good. Let's take our reaction, contributions, and a question from participants. I have one or two things to say, but let's hear from others first.
Okay, sir.
Any contribution, reaction? Okay, let me quickly say this. The work is also very, very good. And Dr. Rigbe and Dr. Joe, as well as other members of the LOC, they will agree with me that any journal of entrepreneurship can publish works from medicine, works from microbiology, works from engineering, in as much as such studies will lead to either economic growth or the creation of job. Once job is involved, because what you've done will lead to further job creation. Once job is involved is entrepreneurship. So this paper fall within the scope of the local journal, the Mountaintop University Journal, and it can equally be considered for the Scopus Index Journal. It's a very good job, but you just have to do some little things. The study have more of the technological aspect than the economy aspect. The recession now, at present, Nigeria is not in recession. Though it is expected that later this month or early next month, NBC, National Bureau of Statistics, will release another data. And the data they will release might push Nigeria to recession. I believe you agree with me that the last data that was released indicated that Nigeria GDP, our GDP contracts by 6.10%. So if we have another negative GDP again, that was for second quarter, that is from April to June.
Yeah.
That of July to September, we are expecting it later this month or early next month. It should exceed November. If we have another negative GDP growth rate, automatically Nigeria is in recession. So this contemporary issue should reflect in your literature. Then the last recession that we had in 2016, 2017 should also reflect.
Yeah.
Then you will not dwell more on the technological aspects, how the technological related aspects can actually lead to we coming out of recession. And I even love the way you went a little bit practical by stating most of the things we can produce locally that are being imported. You mentioned toothpick and other, which are very good. These are things we can easily produce locally, and yet we still waste our foreign exchange importing this stuff. So you can look at the economic aspect more, the recession aspect, see what you can add. And I believe Dr. Joe and Dr. Erigbe will help where necessary. So any other contribution before we move to? Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Proceed, sir.
Yeah. Yes, my name is Oluyomi.
Okay, sir.
Yes, I would like to, let me first of all commend the presenter. That was a very nice presentation. The presentation looks more academic, and I need to commend that because we had a lot of citations. You know, he was able to make a lot of citations when he was presenting, and which is an applaud for academic presentation. But looking at the topic,
engineer, kindly share your screen.
Yeah. Looking at the topic, hello, am I still on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have the floor, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, looking at that topic, for me, the topic is relatively broad. You are looking at economic recession. You need to add data to that topic. You can easily get data for recession, just like what the moderator have just said now. You can go to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics to get figures. Because you're talking about Nigeria, you need to measure factors that can capture Nigeria economy. Perhaps GDP will be very, very relevant, which I mean, you now compare GDP with the indigenous technology factor. I also noticed that in your paper lacked the theoretical background. There is no theoretical underpinning that will justify your measurement. So please, two things you need to do. You need to focus more on the literature review, which is the theoretical review. Then consider how you can measure these two concepts. The two concepts you want to measure in your paper is this. The indigenous technological, how do you measure it? Then the post-economic recession. Using Nigeria, since you are saying in Nigeria, that means the paper is broad. And the only factor, one of the variables you can use to capture Nigeria under recession will be GDP. And I will also employ you, if you can also look at pre-recession, pre-COVID-19, then you compare pre-COVID-19 and post-COVID-19. That would have enriched the paper more. And because of this focus paper, we want to publish it. That would be very nice, and that will make it more empirical paper rather than the positional paper that I'm seeing now. But your presentation was very, very applaudable. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, sir. Please, presenters, take note of our guest recommendation, our guest contribution. Incorporate it. Your work lack theoretical underpinning factors. So incorporate all those contributions. They are highly relevant. Thank you, sir. So can we take Mr. Kogi? Mr. Kogi, are you ready for us, sir? Mr. Kogi? Hello, Mr. Kogi? Mr. Kogi, are you ready? Then Khalid Bello, 036. Please don't be offended. Immediately after Mr. Kogi, you'll be the next to present. Khalid Bello, paper 036. So, Mr. Kogi, please, are you with us? Sorry, sir. Hello, sir. Admin, it seems Mr. Kogi is not with us yet. Maybe we should take 036. Khalid Bello, are you with us? Hello, Khalid Bello. 036, are you with us? Okay, Mr. Kogi is here now. Hello, Mr. Kogi.
Please kindly unmute yourself. Your screen is on, but you need to unmute yourself. Okay. Test your camera. Make sure, your microphone is working. Or you make use of earpiece. It's like your microphone is not working from the laptop. You may have to get earpiece or headphone.
Hello, Mr. Kogi, we are going to wait for you to get a earpiece so as to enhance your delivery. So let's quickly take another presenter. Who else is ready? Who else is ready, please?
Is number 36 ready?
Number 36, Khalid Bello. Khalid Bello, are you ready? Khalid Bello.
It's not online again.
So do we have any other presenter that is ready?
Who else is ready?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma. Are you ready, ma?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
Fine, ma.
I'm sorry I just joined again. I was on the system when you started, but I had a lecture, so I had to take my lecture. I'm number 5 on the system. I don't know what time you will give me to present.
Okay, you can present now, ma. Can you share your slide now?
Okay, let me see what I can. But you have to close this one that is on it now.
Okay, Admin, please, can you close? Can you disconnect the slide?
Please just make an attempt and go ahead. I did something that should make it to go away once you make an attempt.
Okay, I will. I don't know whether you guys can see me, sir. Hello?
Okay.
Hello, ma.
Can you see my screen? I've tried it.
Just
yet,
hold
ma.
on. So,
okay, share now.
Already been shared.
It's not up yet, ma.
So you are on now. You can share. You can share.
Okay. Oh. Can you see it? Not yet.
Not yet, ma.
It can take some time. Just
okay.
count some seconds then.
Okay,
Be
let
off.
me be patient. Let me just be patient a little. I thought I was sharing it. Oh my goodness. Can people see it?
Ma, kindly retry.
Okay.
Click the share again.
I'm even hoping I haven't removed myself from the system. Okay, I'm there.
Admin, can we share 005 from the IT department?
I have an updated version of it.
Okay.
I have an updated version of it. Let me just give it a try.
No, woman, non try that is just sure.
It doesn't really take this long. Once you click share, in less than 10-15 seconds, it should be up.
25. 25.
But have you opened the PowerPoint document already?
Yes, the website. Trying to see if we can take your contribution.
Hello, ma.
You can hear me now. Let me try and share it again.
Okay, ma. Okay, ma.
Oh, 09. Yes, no. No, 09, no break in now. Only Kogi. I know me will share presentation. Yeah, me like 25. Chat. It didn't come up.
It's not what I'm trying to.
Shall reload it?
But they're saying they can't see it.
Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up.
See it, sir.
It's coming up. It's
Okay,
up now.
It's up
It's
now.
up, ma. It's up now. You can proceed, ma.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, very much.
Welcome,
Let
ma.
me thank you for the work you are doing. It's a wonderful job. And I want to thank the people that I actually interacted with before we got to this stage. My paper is a very straightforward one, consumer perception of food security during COVID-19 pandemic period in FCT. I'll quickly rush through it. Coronavirus, we've been talking about it all day. Code name COVID-19, symptoms, and all that, what have you. 2020 is a year of history. The proprietor said, outbreak in this year is one of the worst in global decades. Oyema et al. Disease resulted in a pandemic and a lockdown, impacted education, research, sports, entertainment, transportation, tourism, religious worship, and so on. Some countries even recruited military to enforce lockdown compliance. And they arrested the people we called COVIDiots. It's a demeaning term for persons who ignore health advice and common sense on infection prevention. And the pandemic overwhelmed everywhere, including the health sector. You had massive deaths and so on. COVID and Nigeria, first case February 2020. By April, NCDC was already reporting close to 2,000 cases. By September 20th, 2020, cumulative cases were close to 6,000. Can people hear me? I hope people are hearing me. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, ma.
Okay, sir. So the federal and state government instituted certain restrictions, closure, curfews, lockdowns, closure of schools, work, and so on. There were restrictions and the impact of the pandemic was devastating. Health sector and economic activities were the first casualties. But the major casualty was the food security status of all the countries. According to FAO, Food and Agriculture, COVID impacted the food and agriculture, especially in fragile countries where food security became a challenge. Disruption caused movement constraints, low purchasing power, what the food security of millions of people. On the time, there was a huge negative impact on vulnerable population. And COVID pandemic and the Nigerian compliance on food security. What do we mean by food security? Food security means all people at all times have physical and economic sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets dietary requirements. The dimension of food security is wide. It includes availability. Availability is entitlement, utilization is diet, satisfies physiological needs, and then stability, adequacy is seasons. Now, the COVID pandemic period created sudden shocks and it challenged the already disadvantaged Nigerian consumers. Consumers are individuals that are the end users of products, goods, and services. And it said that 7 in every 10 consumer households in Abuja and Rivers State, according to NBS, had experienced food insecurity in the second quarter of 2020. It was the height of the pandemic. And the number of people engaged in economic activities lower in June, July than before the COVID crisis. You even had a case where it was higher in Rivers and FCT, where you had 79 and 72% respectively. And household had to even skip meals, 58% in Rivers and then 67% in FCT, ran out of money, out of food, or due to lack of money. Nigerian consumers and the food security, the Nigerian consumer household rely on regular purchase of food stuff from the market, and they receive daily incomes from their petty trading, casual labor, domestic work. Nigeria doesn't have a social safety net that is well structured that can cushion people when we have this kind of massive impact on the lives of people. The period limited consumers' access to food, supply chains, the restricted choices to sufficient, diverse, and nutritious food, and people had to even go into adult financial borrowing, community support, and so on. The restrictions are now being, but the catastrophe is of food security, on food security is obvious.
Then for technologies,
Right? Against this background, this study investigated consumer perception during the COVID-19 pandemic. Nigeria is a food low food production, high population, excellent farmers, insecurity, and post-harvest losses. This is actually without the impact of food. COVID has now impacted dangerous on the matter.
But I don't need to pay anything.
Another dimension.
I'm not touching.
Rise in food
Both
prices,
of them
loss
go
of
back to
purchasing power, income, hunger, fear,
But
panic,
for me to do
all
my own, which we have done in case I want to save,
to adopt negative strategies. This has further exacerbated problems necessitated a study on consumers' perception of food security during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, what is the objective of the study? To find out consumers' perception of food security.
They will not say it is.
Examine
No,
government response. 3, ascertain consumers' perception about the solutions. We had 3 very simple questions. What is the consumer's perception of food security? What is the consumer's perception about the government response? And then the third was, what is consumers' perception about solutions? And it was research, a descriptive survey of consumers in 3 area councils in Abuja, Gwagwalada, Buhari, and
so it's only the
municipal council, because municipal is a mega city, and you really don't get, the real true feeling, true sense of a city. The municipal is a city that people are quite high class. So I will just, and the choice of target population was characterized by age, educational qualification, religion, and so on. We had a sample size of
something else. But we'll be doing it later, but the most important thing is this one. I've been wasting time with those
structured items. And we used an instrument. We used the instrument for data content validity. We did a pilot study of 15 questionnaires using and test liability. Out of the 400 questionnaires that I administered, only 279 came back as 95%. I used SPS for the analysis. it was just in 3 area
Wanted
councils.
to ask you,
Fine. Table 1 revealed that few respondents agreed that they received food palliatives from the government during the pandemic, as against that did not. Very few respondents.
1 minute more, ma. 1 minute
They
more.
were satisfied. Now, another thing is that consumers showed that they were not satisfied of government's handling. And then, another answer was that the consumers, respondents revealed that they do not believe that government is very sincere in resolving the problem of food security. What are we recommending? Concluded that consumers were not satisfied with the current.
I can connect. That is Cisco Plus.
Capable of
we're not using it today.
I recommend that organized government should invest more on mechanized agriculture. I recommend that federal and state government should create ranches and grazing reserves for herdsmen. And more importantly, federal government should create grazing reserves in Sambisa forest. Sambisa is there by Boko Haram. Let them create, grazing reserve there and link that reserve to the cattle markets all across the country. And of course, federal government should start thinking of reopening the land borders to allow food importation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, ma, for that wonderful presentation. Your paper is perfectly an academic paper. The only challenge was that you had too much, your PowerPoint was excessively worded, but it's a very good one. It's a very, very good one. So do you have any contribution, reaction, question from our esteemed participants? Any contribution?
400.
Admin, please, you have to help us to mute your mic. Admin, please mute the mic. So any contribution from our participants? How can we make our sister's paper better? Any contribution?
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me quickly say this, ma.
Yes,
Firstly, I have to commend you. You did a very good job. Despite the background noise, it was a very, very good one. And you spoke more like an academic. And all the ingredients of an academic paper was highly identified. None was missing. And it's a very good one. The only area you just have to improve on is subsequent presentation in any conference. Try to have bullet point PowerPoint. PowerPoint that will reflect bullet points, not a highly worded PowerPoint. I believe the organizers will get in touch with you on the aspect they want you to improve on, so that though the way the paper is highly publishable, but just to make it better, the organizers will get in touch with you and probably recommend 1 or 2 things for you to do to enhance the quality of the paper. It's a good one. Even your recommendations are good. Your conclusion are equally very. Your conclusion is equally very good. So, the organizers will get in touch with you. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Bless you.
Welcome, ma. So, do we have another presenter in the house? Mr. Kogi, are you ready for us now?
Stop calling the same person now.
My share, okay. I think number 36 is also ready.
Okay, 36. Number 36, are you ready? Number 36, Khalid.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay, please share your slide. Share your slide. You have the floor,
okay.
Sir.
Okay, sir. Slides, photo, document, screen, share whiteboard. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you have the slides over there?
What we have is a blank screen.
I'm coming. Shared. Okay, screen.
Share screen.
Tribalism.
I hope they're not hearing you people. Or just with you.
Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, Khalid Bello, have you been able to do it?
I'm on it, sir. Let me.
Hello, Khalid Bello, are you having any challenge sharing your screen?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just trying to rectify what is the problem.
Please, you can continue your presentation. This slide will be controlled from the admin section.
Okay, thank you for the assistance.
You're welcome.
Yes, good day, everyone. I must have welcomed you to this great conference of our Mountain Top University Second International Conference. And once again, thanks most sincerely to the organizers amid this COVID-19, particularly the local organizing sector, Dr. Finjo. So my title paper is Financial Risk Management for Deposit Money Banks amidst COVID-19. I'm the co-authors, while the main authors is Awesu Adam Sali. All of the 5 co-authors and the main authors was from Department of Accountancy, Kano State Polytechnic, Nigeria. The presentation outlines is of 5 sections. One of the major sections is introduction, 1, literature review, 2, number 3 is methodology, 4, conclusion, and 5 is a recommendation. Now, let us start with the introduction. A novel coronavirus was reported to the WHO in China on 31st December 2019. The WHO named the disease COVID-19 on 11th February 2020. The disease has been detected on all continents except for Antarctica. The pandemic represents the biggest test of the post-crisis financial system to date, pushing the global economy into a recession of uncertain magnitude and duration. The global organizational survival faces the dual challenge to sustain, ranging from declining growth to manage heightened risks. Next, the banking system plays a major role in moving funds from the saving units to the spending unit, play an important role in the operation of an economy. But during COVID-19 pandemic, capital and liquidity become scarce. Therefore, banking industry is impacted by volatile market conditions. Also, the trade credit quality and business continuity challenges. Consequently, some regulators are recommending scenarios analysis and quantifying risk measure for the banking books and trading books to assess climate risks. This will help banks in proactively managing climate risks and preparing for future crises. Therefore, risk management becomes necessary, especially during crises like COVID-19, in order to retain customers' trust and ensure the stability of the financial system. Therefore, it is again this background the study aims at identifying the immediate issue that banks faces on financial risks amid COVID-19. Now, the next section, which is the literature review. Risks is what makes it possible to make a profit. If there was no risks, there would be no return to the ability to successfully manage it. For each decision, there's a risk-return trade-off. Anytime there is possibility of loss risks, there should also be an opportunity for profit. Risk is an uncertain feature event which could influence the achievement of organization, strategic, operational, and financial objectives. That, if I may recall, a prominent finance scholar, Harry Makawis, in 1950, assumption based on the risks and the uncertainty, which is normally moves hand in hand. Risk management involves the identification of risks, evaluation of its potential impact on the organization, either the climate, the risks entirely, or the reduce its impact. Risk management can be seen from three elements: risk analysis, which is to always adopt using of standard deviation; risk measurement using probability and returns; and risk control in terms of its probability. The immediate issue that faces organizational survival on financial risks and its production risks, deteriorating product quality, which is always reduced. 2, marketing risks due to the stressed market conditions or uncertainties of COVID-19 impact on operational process, putting strain or destructing smooth operational resilience. Financial risks, availability of capital, meeting the cash flow, maintain and grow equity. Liquidity risks, underprepared for the unexpected liquidity, challenges and practicability and flexibility of existing stress. Then human risks management is the ability to keep all people who are involved in the business safe, satisfied, and productive. Then the next section, which is the methodology of the paper. 1, study used documentary literature as a major source of data collection. 2, methodology is purely content analysis. 3, content analysis is a research tool used to determine the presence of certain words or concept within the text or set of text. 4, consider as conceptual review. Conclusions. Uncertainty in banking and related services leads to expected result, which inconsistency results. Therefore, it creates risks to banks' ability to achieve financial goals. But banking services have many options in dealing successfully with banking risks, such as 1, managing or reducing the risks via management work practices. 2, reducing service inconsistencies by making changes such as applying a new or advanced technologies that allow automated deposit and withdrawal so as to minimize customers' contact. 3, observing National Center for the Disease Control, NCDC protocols, such as physical distancing, using face masks, hand washing, and hand sanitizer, etc. 4, encouraging cashless transaction, such as mobile banking, internet banking, etc. Recommendations. 1, governments such as regulators through the central banks of Nigeria must continue to coordinate policy on a global level to maintain financial stability. 2, policymakers must ensure that the financial system remains capable of safely meeting the public's need for financial services through digital channels. 3, advanced developed economies should expand the support offered to emerging and developing economies. Thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you, Walid Ahmed.
Khalid.
And yeah, sorry, Khalid Ahmed and your co-authors.
Yes.
Your paper is indeed a very, very good one. Very good one.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let's get reaction from other participants.
Okay.
Do any contribution, reaction, question? Please, we are waiting for your reaction, your contribution, your question. Okay, Khalid, I don't know if you have the intention to take advantage of the Scopus Index Journal that has agreed to publish some selected manuscripts from the conference. Do you have intention to do that?
I have intention to do that. I based in Kano. Really, we are really happy when one of my colleagues sent a flyer to me that one of the private renowned university in Ogun State is going to conduct a conference via Zoom. I might have loved that because of this observing COVID-19 protocol. I might have loved that it is going to be a physical interaction so that we benefit a lot from those professors that were attended and from the organizers too. So we really love that. To make necessary observation based on the reviewers' comment, we'll take a drastic major action on the paper and send it for journal publication.
Okay. Thank you, Khalid. And we are indeed happy that you joined us all the way from Kano.
Yes.
And we must commend the LOC for doing a very good job. So
yes, the secretary himself. I was with him throughout up to 3 a.m. the night. He's working tirelessly. Put all his efforts to make sure that he has not failed the university as a secretary to that local organizing committee. So we must have thank you most sincerely for the amplitude support and the patience that he has exercised and demonstrate sense of humility to attend a lot of questions. Immediately when I send him questions on email, he will immediately respond to that question. So we must have thanked the Secretary Local Organizing Committee for an entire effort that he has made to make the progress, to make the conference reliable.
Wow, thank you, Khalid. LOC Secretary, thank you, God bless you. You have been maybe the LOC Secretary will be porting to Omak University. I know so many universities will be rushing to see how they can take him away from MTU.
Okay.
Mr. Khalid.
Sir.
Thank you.
Doctor, sir. Doctor, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me quickly say this. To make this paper better, if you agree with me that if you download most Scopus Index Journal, you only see conceptual papers. They only publish it.
Yes.
That is not to say that conceptual papers are bad. No.
No, they are not.
Most of them prefer.
The reason why we didn't make it to be empirical because of the time constraint. But when it comes to the journal publication, we will devote all our time and efforts to make sure that we have met the standard of the university.
Wow, perfect. That is a very good one. Because from your topic, financial risk management for deposit money bank, know, with this, we can easily look at what variable can we use to proxy financial risk management.
Yes.
Then we can even change it to DMB's performance, that is deposit money bank performance. As risk management in banks led to greater performance or greater survival or competitiveness.
Yes.
Anything. So with that now, we have our dependent variable, we have our independent variable.
Yes, absolutely.
Financial risk management can equally be looked from various dimensions.
Various aspects. Yes.
So at the end of the day, you might be having like 3-4 variables, 3-4 sub-variables to capture financial risk management. So with that, at the end of the day, you have something you can use for multiple regression, even something you can use for SEM, something that will be very, very robust. So please, with what you've done conceptually, if you add a little bit of empirical work to it, this paper will fly anywhere. Though the way it is, Okay, sir.
We await for your comments in order to, we know knowledge is always gathers from different angles.
Definitely.
Whether you are Christian or you are Muslim, it's just a knowledge. We combine together to put all our efforts to achieve our goals. So we expect more from you in order to make the paper to look more colorful so that to meet up the standard of the university. We are ready to do that. We expect you to send comments to do the secretary local organizing committee or even the secretaries or any other participant that has observation. We want it so that we add it more to the paper.
Wow, thank you, Khalid Ahmed. The conference organizers will get in touch with you.
No problem, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Thank you very much. You are welcome, sir.
So can we take the next paper? Mr. Kogi, are you with us now? Hello, Mr. Kogi. I saw your chat at the chat corner. You said you are ready. Have you been able to sort the audio issue? Hello, Mr. Kogi. Okay, who else is ready? Who else is ready? Dr. Joe, are we done for today? Dr. Rigbe. Dr. Rigbe. Dr. Joe, LOC Secretary. Dr. Mbaka, are we done for today?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Clearly, sir. Clearly, sir.
All right. We are thinking we can take Mr. Kogi. He sent a message that is ready.
Yeah, I saw it. But it seems he has not been able, he has not sorted out the audio issue. Hello, Mr. Kogi, can you hear us? Mr. Kogi? Hello, Mr. Kogi. He has not been able to sort the audio issue.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is the secretary. Maybe we should ask the presenters. If not, we might likely end today's parallel presentation.
Okay.
Do we still have another person online who is ready for presentation?
I don't think we have anybody.
All right. So I think I have to
close the parallel session.
Can I come in now, sir?
Yeah, you can go ahead to close the session, sir.
Or just maybe you give us one or two words before I come in.
Okay. Okay. Let me quickly say this. I sincerely want to thank the LOC and the entire NTU community. The school has done a very good job. There is nothing as good as bringing academics together across the nation to cross-fertilize ideas. And the fact that NTU was able to attract people from the north, from the east, from the south, and even in the diaspora is a very good one. And I believe our participants will be available in person by next year. We'll all be there. Next year's session is most likely not going to be virtual. It's going to be a live conference presentation. So we'll be there. All of us will be there. I don't know if Ayo Balogun is still online.
Ayo Balogun.
It seems she's no longer online. Maybe we'll talk to Dr. Rigbe to pass a message across to her. So LOC Secretary, please, you can end the session, sir. Give us one or two information and end the session, sir.
Thank you, my chair, Dr. Eze Bennett. We quite appreciate your knowledge, your experience, and how you have piloted the affairs of today's technical session. We really benefited one or two things from the presentations, as well as your contributions. I want to once again appreciate all the presenters for the wonderful presentations that you have made. and we have taken notes of all the recommendations of the chair and for everyone that has contributed. Just like the chair said, we hope to push forward some of these articles for publication in a Scopus Index journal. So we want you to kindly send in your full abstract in case you have not done that. Sorry, your full article in case you have not done that. So kindly send in your full article in case you have not done that. And we still have some of us who have not really done the needful in terms of payment. Just like the chair said, we need money to do one or two things. I believe that those who still have one or two amount of money to pay will quickly do that before tomorrow. By the special grace of God, the conference will continue tomorrow by 10 a.m. We'll have 4 speakers tomorrow that will be presenting 2 keynote speakers, 1 keynote speaker and 3 guest speakers. So we'd like you to also join us tomorrow. Don't say because you have presented yours today, you'll be away. Please kindly join us tomorrow. I'm very sure you have 1 or 2 more things to learn. Otumba Femi Pedro will be on tomorrow and some other people like that. So please, I want to once again appreciate every one of us for staying to this time since morning. And on behalf of the LOC, let me first tender apology in case you experience one flaw or the other. When a baby starts walking, he or she is bound to make some mistakes. So please accept all our faults, all our flaw. We promise to work and improve on them. And again, we sincerely want to appreciate your coming, your presentation, everything you have put in place to ensure that we are together. So hopefully by the special grace of the Almighty God, we'll be expecting you tomorrow. Dr. Ben, I will be expecting you tomorrow. So
Thank you, I'll be there, sir. I'll be there. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Mrs. Jamila from Bayes University.
Thank you, Dr. Ben.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ben.
You are
Thank
my
you,
man of the year.
everyone, for staying this long from 9 to 4. God bless you all. Dr. Ben, tomorrow, you did a very good job, so you are going to continue. When you do well, we'll promote you.
We'll be there tomorrow. No problem. Thank you, ma.
You'll be there.
All right, thank you, everybody.
As you cut.